Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Can you hear me in the room?
Loud and clear online.
Okay, it looks like it's coming through in the room as well. Great.
Test from Adobe Connect microphones.
Yep, we can hear you, Rob.
Good. I can hear you too.
Great.
Okay, everybody, I think we're ready to get started. It was.
Okay,
No.
we're going to get started.
Our mics working. Hello?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. All right, everybody ready? See, these guys are fishermen. They're deaf as a doorknob. Could you, like, somebody bump those guys?
We're about to start. If we could please.
Hey, everyone.
Malcolm, Garrett, Phil Wyman.
Take your seats.
We're going to get started. Mark. Wow. Okay, I just want to remind everybody, when you do speak today, please use your mic so we can hear you and also so people online can hear you. And just to remind everybody where we ended up yesterday, we have a motion on the floor. That motion is for, sorry to shout, that motion is for a season ending date of December 7th. That was made and seconded. So I'm going to look to Pear to speak to that as the maker of the motion, and then see who else has comments. Go ahead, Pear.
Hi. Since the halibut and the blackcod opening dates are tied together, we need as early of and as long a season as we possibly have. December 7th worked last year. Said they could. They made it last year, and they said they could probably make it this year, that date. So it's important to a lot of the Seattle fleet and Alaska fleet that we have as long a season as possible. I think that's probably the latest date we can get away with politically in our and bureaucratically in our fleet. So thank you.
Anybody else want to speak to that date as the closing date? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
I'd like to propose, see if I accept a friendly amendment to the motion.
Sure, you can try it.
I'd like to propose December 14th as the closing date. Wonder if that would be acceptable.
No, sorry, Chris. I think we're going to have to stay with the 7th because, like I said, bureaucratically and politically, that's probably the best I could hope for.
Okay, well, just a comment on that. We're disappointed that it's coming down to something in the bureaucracy. We can't figure a way around this. We've heard for years now that we can't seem to extend the season on either side because of complications on the bureaucracy level. I don't understand what the complication is, and I'm not, maybe you don't know exactly, Pear, but I think that's a little frustrating. We just want to, as you said, extend the season as long as possible. We think December 14th would be a good closing date. It also, just so everyone knows the rationale, our other groundfish fleets, when our season closes, they're still responsible for any halibut mortality. So as the longer the season we give them, the less penalty they take on halibut mortality. So it's about providing more access to our markets over the longer term, but also we're considering what's happening in our other groundfish fisheries, which operate year-round. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else want to speak to the December 7th date? All right, then I think we're ready to call for the question, and we got to do a voice vote on this. I'm going to call everybody, even the people online, so we can get a good recorded vote. Start with the U.S. side?
Sure.
Okay. John Moeller. Not here. Garrett Lambert, Alaska Charter Association.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
when you were calling John Moeller, for what organization?
Yeah, I'll call the organization, sorry.
Okay, thank
Get
you.
woken up here soon. ADAC Community Development Corporation.
Abstain.
Okay, Alaska Charter Association.
Abstain.
Alpha.
No.
Alaska Whitefish Trawlers.
Abstain.
Alucor.
Abstain.
Apicta.
Yes.
Area 4 Concerned Fishermen.
Yes.
Bristol Bay Economic Development. Nobody here. CBSFA.
Yes.
Coastal Villages.
Abstain.
CDFU. Deep Sea Fishermen.
Yes.
FVOA,
Yes.
Freezer Longline Coalition,
Yes.
Halibut Coalition,
Abstain.
Homer Charter Association,
Abstain.
Humboldt Area Saltwater Anglers, K-Bay Fisheries, K-Bay Fisheries is, Korea, looks like you're muted. Can you unmute?
Yes.
Okay. Kodiak Vessel Owners,
Yes.
Cruise Off Fisheries,
Yes.
Next Generation Fishermen's Association,
Yes.
Uzinki, Cape Barnabas, Pacific Fishing. Oh yeah, Patricia, Patty, can you hear us? Is she online? Okay, Pacific Fishing Online, we get a voice vote. I'm not seeing her this morning.
She dropped off.
Oh, she dropped off. Okay, well, we'll just keep going. Petersburg Vessel Owners,
Yes.
Recreational Fishing Alliance, California.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Seafood Producers Cooperative. Is Carter online this morning? Okay, not here yet. Sitka Black Cod and Halibut Marketing. SIFA,
Yes.
Southeast Guides.
If that's us, then abstain.
Yeah, SEGO. St. Paul Fishing Company,
Yes.
Yukon Delta Fisheries Association.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that passes on the US side. Did I miss somebody? You? Uh-oh. Did we lose North Pacific Fisheries off the list? Yes.
Did I get moved to Canada again?
Do they want you? All right, somehow you got dropped off. What's your vote?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, on the Canadian side, Annieville Halibut Association. Remember to use your mics. Atlegay Fishery Society,
Yes.
BC Groundfish Hook and Line Association. Yes. BC Halibut Longliners Association,
Yes.
BC Northern Trollers Association,
Yes.
BC Tuna Fishing Association,
Yes.
BC Wildlife Federation,
Yes.
Canadian Sablefish Association,
Yes.
Council of Haida Nation,
Yes.
Yes.
FAS Seafoods,
Yes.
Halibut Advisory Board,
Yes.
Northern Halibut Producers,
Yes.
the Chalmers Tribal Council, yes. Pacific Coast Vessel Owners Guild,
Yes.
Pacific Halibut Management Association,
Yes.
South Vancouver Island Anglers Coalition,
Yes.
Sports Fishing Advisory Board Maine.
Yes.
So Sports Fishery Advisory Board North online, Michael Fowler. Yeah.
Abstain.
Okay. Thank you. Sports Fishing Advisory Board South,
Yes.
Sports Fishing Institute of BC,
Yes.
Stevenson Halibut Association,
Yes.
the United Fishermen's and Allied Workers Union,
Yes.
Vancouver Island Longliners Association.
Reluctantly, yes.
Okay. So we don't have that box to check, unfortunately. West Coast Fishing Guides Association.
Yes.
Okay. So that's 24 yeses and 1 abstention from Canada.
Okay, so that passes.
Yeah. So, geez, that was quick.
Yeah, is there anything else on that agenda item? Otherwise, I think my understanding is that Canada wants to caucus before we get to mortality limits. Is that right?
Yeah. So 15 minutes, Chris, to caucus.
All right,
Okay.
we're ready. We're ready when you are, so.
We're starting now, Chris.
Okay, I think we've got everybody back. And I'm just gonna, there was some interest in having a more general discussion before we put a motion on the floor. If folks want to do that, fine. Otherwise, I think the US is ready for a motion on the US mortality limits. But if Canada would like to have, or anybody in the US side wants to have a more general discussion first, now's your chance. Awesome. Okay, then I think we're ready for a motion. And, you know, I think the US is ready if you guys prefer, or we can take Canada first.
I believe Canada's ready. Chris?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion. Canada recommends a reduction in the coastwide TCUI of 10% from the adopted 2022 levels for a coastwide TCUI of 37.1 million pounds, assuming I've got my math right. We believe Canada needs to be part of these reductions, and we recommend a 10% reduction for Canada from its adopted 2022 TCUI. So that would be equate to about 6.8 million, and that Canada be mitigated for 100% of the impact of the Alaska bycatch of halibut on our area. That's our motion.
Isn't it U26 bycatch?
Sorry, U26 bycatch. Thank you.
Seconded.
Okay, I'd like to speak to the motion then if it's been seconded. We note the 2022 IPHC FIS results at the regional and at the regulatory level, area levels. The quantifiable risks and the additional risks outlined in the presentation of IPHC document IPHC 2023 AM099-11, specifically the points that all coastwide indices, the FIS and the directed commercial fishery catch rates are at the lowest values observed in the last 30 years. The FIS and the fishery have transitioned to the 2012 year class, so we're relying on a single year class, which was 29% mature in 2022, and the stock projections rely heavily on this single year class growing and maturing on schedule. And basically the stock's at an unprecedented low population level due to poor recruitment, and that ecosystem and climate uncertainty remains high. We think that all IPHC regulatory areas should share in this and take a similar cut, so we all share the burden of conservation. With respect to the U26 bycatch, as part of the previous interim agreement, Canada and the US agreed that each country would be responsible for accounting for its U26 mortality against its collective TCUI. That's in paragraph 66 of IPHC 2019 AM095-R. Additionally, commitments were made to mitigate the impact of U26 bycatch in one regulatory area on the available harvest in other IPHC regulatory areas. That's in paragraph 68 of that document. These commitments need to continue, and Canada is seeking mitigation for 100% of the impacts of U26 bycatch.
Okay, can you
provide that in writing?
Yeah, email it to myself and Linda, or just myself, then I'll send it to
Yeah, I'll
the rest.
clean up the spelling mistakes I just noticed.
Okay. Any other discussion on this motion? Malcolm?
Well, I have a question about it. Do you know what that U26 mitigation number would be, Chris?
Your microphone.
No, I don't. It hasn't been calculated for this year, the best of my knowledge. I haven't seen it.
So the staff do that based on, that's a staff calculation? Those Ian would have a, he's the one who usually provides that information.
Pear, go ahead.
I was addressing this to Chris. Did you come out for numbers for U.S. areas as well? Or is this simply for
This is
Canada?
area 2B. The comment was this is for Canada. We made a motion on the coastwide TCY. We think that should be reduced by 10%, and then in Canada we think it should also be reduced by 10%. We think that that's our motion, and then just in the discussion points, we think all IPHC regulatory areas should share in the burden, take at least a similar cut, and that's what we said. But it's not, the motion is for the coastwide and 2B.
Okay, there's no
there's
no specifics on the individual areas then.
No, because our process is not to have one regulatory area propose a TCY for another one, because it just ends up in usually in arguments and stuff that doesn't further it. So it's you make your own regulatory area proposals, and everyone can vote on them, but we don't make the proposals outside of your own area.
Dan Falvey has his hand up online. So go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, first I have a question for Chris and then a couple of comments. So Chris, in your mind, is this a one-year agreement until the commissioners reach a longer-term agreement, or does this have some tie into the longer-term agreement?
This is for 2023.
Okay. Well, in terms of comments, I support the concept of trying to reach a one-year agreement to bridge until we do get a longer agreement, and I believe that it shouldn't have any precedent or influence on what the longer-term outcome is. But that said, I don't believe U26 should be part of that short-term agreement. That's something that would have to be part of a negotiated longer-term agreement. So I'll be opposing that component of your motion for that reason. I also note that on the U.S. side, while I agree with the idea of reducing the coastwide TCY by a bit, and I certainly agree with some of the rationale you gave for reducing the overall number, I do believe that the survey showed very different distributional reductions on the U.S. side. Some areas went down a lot, some areas went down a little. So I don't believe an across-the-board cut is appropriate this year. But so for those reasons, I'll be opposing your motion.
Chris?
Yeah, just to be clear, when we talked about for IPHC regulatories other than 2 Bravo, other than Canada, we said take it at least a similar cut. It wasn't a similar cut, at least a similar cut, just in response to Dan's comments that maybe it's different in different areas. So just to respond to that one.
Could you clarify what at least a similar cut means in your mind, Chris?
Well, we said 10% for Canada, and so at least a similar cut is at least 10%, but it could be more for other areas if again, though, those are decisions for the U.S. side.
Right, and so my point is that on the U.S. side, there were some areas that didn't go down. The survey didn't go down by 10%. And so I don't think an across-the-board 10% cut or more is the right starting line. And so that's why I'll be opposing the motion.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The U.S. region has a proposal that is similar in reductions for Canada as they're proposing. So ours, we had plugged in 11%. And I think maybe if we could get the U.S. motion up on the floor, we have some things to look at there. We can vet those numbers, but understanding there's already a motion on the floor, I'm not sure if we can make that happen, but maybe we could get something collective.
So the process would be either we vote on Chris's, or if you want to offer a substitute motion, then we would, and that we would take action on the substitute motion instead.
So, Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, I'd like to make a substitute motion, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Can we get that up on the big screen, please, so everybody can see it?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm not sure how appropriate.
Yes, Jerry, point of order.
Yeah, I just want to understand.
Yeah, so do I,
procedure
actually.
that we're following here. It seems, I mean, I couldn't hear clearly what the motion was, but if it was a motion to substitute for our motion, I don't think that's appropriate in order. You can't defer a motion that's on the floor by proposing a substitute. I don't think.
I think,
You can make a substitute motion by Robert's rules.
but it has to be accepted by the original movers, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Not
It's
by
not-
Robert's
It
rules.
is
You
not
can,
a friendly motion, Madam Chair.
no, I know, but you can make a substitute motion, which takes precedence. And I don't think it's a practice that's been done here often, but it is something that's allowed under Robert's rules.
But we are not bound by Robert's rules. We are bound, they are used to guide us. It's in our terms of procedures. So I think if we go down this road, it's going to cause a lot of argumenting stuff. So our regular procedure is the motion's on the floor for Canada for Area 2B. If you want to have a friendly amendment, that's something that's sort of commonly done. But to introduce a substitute motion when Canada already has a motion on the floor is just, I don't think that's going to be very productive. I don't think that is a really good way to go. It may be something that's allowed within the scope of Robert's rules, but I don't think that's going to be a very good process for here.
Go ahead, Per.
We're not that far apart. I was suggesting maybe we could take a 15-minute break and we could talk individually with the Canadians and then come back. That's a way out of this. We seem to be at a somewhat of an impasse here. If that's acceptable to everyone, maybe we could get together because we're not that far apart in reality.
So, yeah, I think we need to look at the terms of reference and see what the right procedure is to follow here. We can do that. If the U.S. wants to, I would say caucus U.S. and then we can talk however you want to handle it. But if you want to do a little stand down, we can see if that helps.
Yes, I think a little stand down would be good. And I don't really understand why, since we're, as a commission, why we can't talk to each other individually between the Canadians and the U.S. as well.
That's fine.
Is there a
I just
problem
think
with that?
it's
Okay.
important to, work with all stakeholders.
Let's start with the U.S. caucus and then we can reach across.
Okay, so let's see if we can do it in a 10-minute stand down. We'll look at the terms of reference and then come back. You guys talk.
Can we return to our seats, please?
Okay. We're gonna get started again. While a substitute motion is legal under Robert's rules, we're gonna say it's not a practice we're gonna use here today, at least. I understand the angst from Canada over going that route. So, Jeff, will you please withdraw your motion for a substitute?
I would like to withdraw my substitute motion.
Okay, Megan, we're just gonna.
I agree.
Okay, so we're back to Canada, to Chris's motion from Canada for the 10% reduction in total TCY, 10% for Canada, expectation that there will be a 10% reduction, or at least as big a reduction in other areas. And Canada is also moving for bycatch compensation at 1% of the total TCY. Did I get that? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not right.
Just to clarify on the U26 bycatch mitigation, just during the break, Dr. Stewart came up to me and said at a 10% reduction in the TCUI, 100% mitigation would be 258,000 pounds. I was asked the question, I have the information now, so I thought I'd just share it with the group.
Okay, so the bycatch compensation is part of the motion. This is for a 1-year short term. It's 258,000 pounds additional compensation to Canada.
At the 10%, if the coastwide TCUI was reduced by 10%.
Right.
Okay, so if it's a different number coastwide TCUI, it's a different poundage, just so everyone knows.
So the take-home point there is the U26 mitigation is 100%, and the number gets calculated once everything is sort of, the dust settles and everything. So we start with Canada. You ready to vote? Any more, or do you want more discussion? Malcolm?
Yeah, sorry. I had one more question. Chris, could you clarify the intent was for the U.S. as an aggregate to come down 10% or each individual area to come down 10%?
We said each individual area at least 10% is the motion.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
But that's not part of the motion. That's part of the points that when I was speaking to the motion.
So the motion is a 10% reduction of the coastwide TCUI, Canada, B2B or Canada taking a 10% reduction based on the 2022 adopted TCUI, and then 100% mitigation for U26, which is not, so that's the second part. How the other reductions take place is not part of the motion.
Okay, we had a question online, but I'm not sure the audio is working. I got a message saying it wasn't. Who had their, I don't even see a hand up, but Kathy, are you able to speak?
I can speak, but I didn't have my hand up.
Okay, so who was it that was trying to speak? Tom seems to have his hand up.
Okay, just for clarification, when they say a 10% in the overall TCEY, then they want it to go down to 37.098 million pounds. That's 10% from 4122. Do I understand that clearly?
Yeah, if that was the adopted coastwide TCEY, that would be correct. I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Okay, we ready for Lyle?
Yeah, sorry, just a couple people online are asking if it's possible to put the motion up on the board so they could be reading it, the people that aren't here. Is that possible?
Chris, can you send the motion?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Yeah, we probably should have got to that when we were discussing things.
So we've had a request from someone online that while you're getting that up, could we have Dr. Stewart talk about the U-26 compensation? I'm not sure. Kathy, maybe you could say what exactly you're looking for in a question on U-26.
Actually, Chris answered it.
Okay. All right. You're off the hook. Thank you. So was somebody sending?
Yeah, Chris is. And then that time, Forrest?
Yeah, thank you. So are we in the question? I mean, are we making statements about the motion or are we asking questions? What phase are we in here?
Yeah, you can. So we have a motion on the floor. Candidate's motion's on the floor. You can speak to it. You can ask questions. And we're trying to get it up on the screen. But in the meantime, if you want to speak to the motion or ask questions, you have the floor.
Okay, and I'll speak to the motion. If I understand the U-26 compensation, first of all, it would be added back on top after a 10% reduction, so it would reduce that reduction. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, secondly, I think it's fairly well understood that the U.S. delegation, maybe I don't speak for all parties, is not quite comfortable with the interim management procedure, and so a 10% reduction on something we're not comfortable with perhaps isn't what we're all willing to support. Certainly CEGO is not. So I think the coast-wide TCEY proposal, part of it might be close to what the U.S. is willing to support, but the individual regulatory area ideas is not, and I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you, Forrest. Brian.
Thank you, and thank you, Chris, for the motion. I guess I have a question briefly about your the rationale. You said that you felt that a 10% reduction was appropriate based on performance, but I was wondering if you could speak a little more to whether that was based on fishery performance or if you're acknowledging the setline surveys performance and you want to reflect a bit of maybe some of the distributions that we see from the Secretariat.
Okay, well, I don't want to speak to the distributions because it's focused on Canada's regulatory and coast-wide. But in terms of the looking at, if you look at the FIS numbers, we looked at them at the regional level, as well as just because of Dr. Stewart talking his presentation of migration and how the fish move in the fall and the spring for the winter spawning. We also looked at took into consideration what we saw at the regional level with the FIS, and with the obviously the commercial fishery data speaks for itself. I mean, and it looks like, and across the entire coast, seemed like everyone had a hard time catching their fish. So those are the things that we really focused on, as well as I mentioned, the fact we're depending on now on 1 year class. And that's the other thing that we took into account.
So Chris, are you about ready to send that motion?
Thank you for that rationale. I agree with that. I won't be supporting the motion based on mostly what Forrest said. I'm not comfortable with codifying something that we, as a U.S. delegates on the conference board, something that we never complied to as far as the last interim agreement. And yeah, it makes me uncomfortable, so I won't be supporting the motion, but thank you for it.
So do people want to wait till this is on the screen, or should we just have Chris read through it one more time? I think people are pretty ready to vote.
It was just some of the online people, Linda, so I don't know what to say there. I don't know how close it is to coming up on the board for them. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't even know how many people are online watching. It was just a request that was text to me.
Could you please repeat? read the motion, please?
I think we just, Chris, you're, what, are you a minute away or what? I didn't hear it. It's on the way. Okay, so we'll just give a second, we'll put it up. All right, here it is.
Linda?
Yeah.
Linda?
Go ahead.
Is this?
Sorry, we've got Duncan first and then you, Malcolm.
So, Linda, I'll be brief, but I wanted to make the record that the motion encompasses within it a compensation for U-32 halibut. I don't believe that that tracks biology. It's based on a huge amount of assumptions, and I couldn't support the motion because of that specific provision, as well as some other concerns. But for the record, I want to have that in, that this assumption that one site or another, or one area or another, should be compensated for U-32 halibut, to me doesn't make any sense, and I can't support it for that reason. Thank you.
So this is the step that's
Then.
Oh, sorry, Malcolm.
It's okay, thanks. Yep. So yeah, likewise, I will not be supporting this motion as well. I would agree with a distribution based on the set line distribution. I actually prefer a 3-year average to it, but I think the distribution should be purely based on the set line survey, and the resulting numbers that this motion provides keeps that far from that. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Malcolm. Anyone else, comments or discussion? Chuck?
Yeah, back on this migration in U-26, and as I tried to explain the other day in the main session, new information is showing that there's up to 6% or 60% of the U-26 migrating from Region 3 into Region 2. That's information they did not have before, and that's on basically all on U-26 in ages 2 to 4, and another 40% in ages 5. So you're getting down right up to the U-26 limit. And the information before, the reason we had the U-26 problem and allocating and I guess mitigation is the usual thing. Well, we don't know anything about the movement of U-26, et cetera, where they're going to be, et cetera. Now they have a better idea, and U-26 is definitely impacting Region 2 and 2B in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. I think we're just about ready to have it up on the screen.
Okay, we've got it up, I think. I'm hoping that people online can also see it. It's visible to me looking at the online link. We can't quite see the bottom, so let's give people a minute to read through the top part. Oh no, there, now you got it all on screen. Great. Okay, so we'll give everybody a minute to read it over.
Can I ask one more question, please?
Yep, go ahead,
Yeah,
Malcolm.
So Chris, I do appreciate the idea of taking the reduction, but how did you actually come up with 10% as an actual number? Does that correspond to like an F value or anything, or was that just a precautionary buffer that you thought was appropriate?
Like I say, when we were looking at it, we looked at what was happening coastwide. We were looking at what was happening in the different regions, in Region 2, and obviously what's happening in the regulatory areas, both in terms of the fizz, and then also looking at the commercial weight per unit effort numbers, and then also just talking with our fishermen in terms of what they saw on the grounds and what they felt was and that's how we crafted the motion.
Okay, yeah, thank you. But so 10% as opposed to like 8 or 12% was just ended up, there's no formulaic approach to that. That was just a number that you, with all those factors that you felt appropriate. Is that true? I was just trying to come up with the number myself and was struggling with that given the new information.
Yeah, it was just basically a combination of factors, and there was agreement on, look, let's land on 10%.
Thank you.
Basically all those factors brought up.
Okay, yep, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, I think everybody had a chance to read the motion, ask questions. We're all good. So I think we're ready to vote. You want
I just have one more comment.
Another comment? Sorry, I didn't see a hand. Go ahead, Dan.
Sure. I mean, I think Forrest made the point, but I would just reinforce it that, from my perspective, the interim agreement is expired. And, a lot of the rationale for doing U26 is that it was agreed to under the interim agreement, but the interim agreement is no longer valid. And so, I highlight the problems with U26, and I agree with Forrest that using, the 7.56 number that already contains U26 compensation and is part of the interim agreement is the wrong starting point. So just want to get that out there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Anybody else? I don't see any more hands online. Anybody else want to make a comment?
Just the chair, before we vote, could you just read out the main body? I know I can't read it from here.
You can't read it?
Sure.
No,
So
you could, say that before we vote.
the motion on mortality limits. Canada recommends a reduction in the coastwide TCY of 10% from adopted 2022 levels for a coastwide TCY of 37.10 million pounds. So the 2022 coastwide TCY was 41.22 million pounds. That's the baseline for the reduction. Canada needs to be part of these reductions, and we recommend a 10% reduction for Canada from its adopted 2022 TCY for a Canada TCY of 6.804 million pounds. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay. 2022 Canadian TCY was 7.56 million pounds, and that Canada be mitigated for 100% of the impact of the Alaska U26 bycatch of halibut on Canada. And the U26 bycatch number we got was 258,000, which would be added back into that 6.804.
Okay.
Everybody ready?
So Canada. Annabelle Halibut Association?
Yes.
Atlegate Fishery Society?
Yes.
BC Groundfish Hook and Line Association?
Yes.
BC Halibut Longliners Association?
Yes.
BC Northern Trollers Association?
Yes.
BC Tuna Fishing Association?
Yes.
BC Wildlife Federation? Canadian Sablefish Association?
Yes.
Council of Haida Nation?
Yes.
FAS Seafoods?
Yes.
Halibut Advisory Board?
Yes.
Northern halibut producers?
No.
Okay. Nunchal Tribal Council? Yes. Pacific Coast Vessel Owners Guild?
Abstain.
Pacific Halibut Management Association?
Yes.
South Vancouver Island Anglers Association?
Yes.
Sports Fishing Advisory Board, Maine?
Yes.
Mike Fowler, Sports Fishing Advisory Board, North Online?
Yes.
Sports Fishing Advisory Board, South?
Yes.
Sports Fishing Institute of BC?
Yes.
Stevenson Halibut Association?
Yes.
United Fishermen's Allied Workers Union? Vancouver Island Longliners Association?
Yes.
West Coast Fishing Guides Association?
Yes.
Thanks.
I heard him. Okay, I guess we will go through the roll for, on this motion on the US side. Everybody ready? Okay, ADAC, Community Development Corps,
No.
Alaska Charter Association.
No.
Was that a no? Could you guys hear? Okay.
That was a no. Thank you, Linda.
Thanks. Alpha,
No.
got that one. Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association.
No.
LU Corps.
No.
Sorry, it's spelled wrong. APICTA.
No. No.
Area 4 Concerned Fishermen. We lose them. Okay. Bristol Bay Economic Development. Steve Ricci in the room? No, he seems to be missing. CBSFA.
No.
Coastal Villages.
No.
CDFU.
No.
Deep Sea Fishermen's Union.
No.
FVOA.
We abstain.
Abstain. Freezer Longline Coalition.
No.
Halibut Coalition.
No.
Homer Charter Association.
No.
Humboldt Area Saltwater Anglers.
No.
K-bait Fisheries. Yeah, online. I think you have the mic now, Creel.
Yeah, abstain.
Abstain. Kodiak Vessel Owners.
No.
Cruise Off Fisheries.
No.
Next Generation Fishermen's.
No.
North Pacific Fisheries Association.
No.
Uzinki Cape Barnabas.
No.
Pacific Fishing, is Patty online? Patty, if you don't have audio and want to vote, you can do thumbs down.
Or up.
Or up.
Or just
Sorry.
abstain.
Okay. Carter has thumbs down. Okay. PVOA? No. RFA?
Abstain.
Seafood Producers Cooperative, I think he's voting. Okay, he's voting online, thumbs down. Sitka Black Cotton Halibut Marketing Association. Southeast Alaska Fishermen's Alliance.
No.
Southeast Alaska Guides Organization.
No.
St. Paul Fishing Company.
No.
Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association.
No.
Okay, so thank you. Abstentions, okay.
Okay, so surprise, surprise, passed in Canada, 22 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstention, and did not pass on the US side of 0 yeses, 27 noes, and 3 abstentions. I totally surprised at that outcome.
Sorry, two not presents, 3 abstentions. Okay, all right. Now I would go to Jeff Kaufman for your motion, and I think it's been sent, right? Yes. Okay. And let's see, Jeff, I'll let you make the motion and then we'll look for a second. It's Canada's motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we can get that up on the screen. And I'd like to apologize to the U.S. delegation. We sent out a spreadsheet that wasn't the correct one. I just sent that to Tom Gemmell. Looks like it'll be difficult to see it on the screen today. And so that is being emailed around so you can follow along as I go through the motion and the rationale and the notes.
Okay, and we're working on getting it on the screen, but go ahead and make the motion. We'll look for a second after you make the motion.
All right, thank you. My motion would read that the conference board adopt TCEY Okay, so my motion would read, Area 2A would have a 2023 TCEY of 1.65 million pounds. Area 2C, 5.851 million pounds. 3A, 12.368 million pounds. 3B, 4.080 million pounds. 4A, 1.785 million. 4B, 1.450 million. And 4C, D, and E at 3.854. Madam Chair, with a second, I could speak to that.
Second.
Just real quickly, looking on the side of the table, did the email from Tom come through so you can follow along? It did. Okay. All right, great. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to make this motion, also for the opportunity to provide some rationale. Chris provided some really great statements about the status of the stock, and we share all of those same concerns about the trends that we're seeing. And so we share that part. I won't go a whole lot into that, but the status of the stock is certainly a concern for the United States. If you looking at the table that's attached on the board, it would produce savings of about 2.62 million pounds over 2022. The reductions would be 1% in 2C, 15% in 3A, 4.6% increase in 3B, a 15% reduction in 4A. 4B would stay status quo, and area 4CDE would go down by 6%. And again, these savings from the Alaska region equate to 2.62 million pounds in 2023. We have a commitment to science-based management, but this year it was hard to know what science to follow. The model and revised natural mortality created an optimistic estimate of stock productivity, but the FIS is capturing significant stock declines. The new estimate for natural mortality is largely untested. The FIS is time-tested and the driver of TCEYs in this motion. Our expectation is that Canada takes a cut equivalent to their drop in the survey, that this year is a one-year deal. We will continue to work toward a long-term distribution procedure that is equitable to all, and that we do not endorse this high a percentage to Canada for the long term. Our expectation is that Canada takes a cut equivalent to the drop in their survey oops, sorry. And then I'll go back and speak specifically, I think I lost a paragraph there, but I'll go back and speak specifically to each of the areas and what we were seeing in those areas that helped lead us to these conclusions that are in our motion. In area 2C, they would take a 1% reduction. Their FIS was down 1% year over year. 2C had a 5% increase in all sizes weight per unit effort. 2C had an increase in estimated biomass percentage in area 2. Fishery 032 weight per unit effort was down for fixed gear and flat for snap gear. 2C had the highest FIS weight per unit effort of any IPHC regulatory area, twice that of 3A. And the all sizes number per unit effort is up by 1%. In 3A, which would be taking a 15% reduction, the coastwide indices are down, very low recruitment from 2006 to 2011. The stock is at unprecedented levels with low productivity. ecosystem and climate change, creating uncertainty. The FIS is down by 37%, and all sizes weight per unit effort is down by 6%. Decreased estimated biomass protection, and just note for the Canadians that may be listening along, there is a 15% max applied, and it did, so rather than 3A taking a full 37% reduction, they take a 15% cut, which has been vetted by the IPHC as a max 15% up and down. 3B had the highest weight per unit effort behind 2C in 2022. The O32 distribution increased for the O32 distribution increasing for 5 years is estimated to be at 20.2%, adjusted for 0.75 harvest rate or 17%. 3B total removals are 9.4% of coast-wide removals. The largest deficit between TCEY and adopted TCEY of all Alaska areas, resulting in a 3.1 million pound loss of yield to stakeholders in 2022. 3B and 2B have nearly identical spatial extent. Area 4A, O26 survey weight per unit effort down by 26%. Commercial catches by fixed gear reduced by 13%. Snap gear was down by 21%. Again, this area would be receiving a 15% reduction. FIS is at the lowest point in recent history, down 26%. All sizes weight per unit effort is down by 27%. And the numbers per unit effort are also down by 27%, showing some need for more restrictive allocations in that particular area. In 4B, we have an increase in the FIS up 5%. The long-term biological trends are stable. There's been considerable underutilization in Area 4B. The lack of processing facilities and its remoteness, and a lack of local processing and remoteness. And as the processors became unavailable in Western Alaska, out in the far Aleutians, fewer vessels are now fishing in 4B. The commercial weight per unit effort was down by 12% for fixed gear and 44% for snap gear. They had a 4% increase in all sizes weight per unit effort, a 4% increase in number per unit effort, and stakeholders in this region in Area 4B prefer to leave the allocation the same as 2022 rather than taking a 5% increase in 2023. Their survey was up 5%. They would like to keep their quota flat. Just want to make note that in 4B, there is a very conservative harvest rate of 0.75, and that applies all across Area 4 as well. Lastly, down to 4CD&E, our O32 FIS was down by 6%. 4CDE had the largest percentage increase in all sizes weight per unit effort, up 10%. Commercial fishery WPUE is stable in 4C, an 8% increase in 4C, an 8% increase in Area 4C and an 8% decrease in Area 4, relatively flat across the range. Second largest increase in number per unit effort at plus 10%. And in 2022, we're showing an increased estimated biomass in our particular area. And I'd like to lastly note here that the harvest rate in our area is a conservative one as well at 0.75. 4CD&E had a 6% drop in its FIS survey and accordingly would take a 6% drop in their TCEY. So lastly, what I'd like to do is flip to the third tab over in this workbook. And this here gives you the adopted TCEYs. This here gives you, so this is based on the 2A at 2022. We put in here, because we had modeled this earlier, 11% reduction for 2B, Alaska area TCEYs adjusted per spreadsheet. So I asked Ian to drop our numbers into the mortality tool to see what FCEYs and other numbers it produced. And so at the time, we didn't know what to do for Canada, and we followed the same methodology, so we didn't intend to include you here as we didn't in our main motion, but yet it is included here at an 11% reduction. So under this scenario, 2A would have a FCEY of 1.52, 2B would have an FCEY of 5.87. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back on that. I'm not speaking to 2B, sorry. 2C would have an FCEY of 4.36 million pounds. 3A, 10.6 million pounds. 3B's FCEY would be 3.46 million pounds. 4A would be at 1.46, 4B at 1.31 million, and 4CD&E at 2.02 million pounds. This by this methodology, including 11% in there for Canada. This produced a coast-wide TCEY of 37.77 million pounds and a fishery CEY of 30.6 million pounds. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, thanks for the motion, Jeff. I'm going to see if anybody else wants to speak to the motion, ask questions of the maker of the motion. Yeah, Megan seconded it. And I just should let people know right now, at least I can't see, again, people online. Oh, looks like it might be coming back. Okay, so now we can see you again. So if you have your hand up, we'll know. So anybody want to speak to this motion, ask questions? Floor is open.
Chris?
I can't really see from here, but I'm trying to understand a couple things on this. It sounds like 2B was in, then 2B was out, but then 2B's in when you calculate the coast-wide TCUI. So we have some clarity there, what this motion actually is saying.
Absolutely. So the motion doesn't speak to Canada at all. That was included in my rationale, but not part of the motion. So 2B is not included in this motion. But because the only way that Ellen or Ian can drop our numbers into the mortality tool is to have something for every area. And that was our plug. It follows the methodology that we followed. If you get a 6% reduction in your FIS survey, then you take a 6% reduction. In 4A and 3A, their cuts were more significant. 26%, I think, in 4A and 37% in 3B. And so rather than giving them the full down in those particular areas, what we opted to do there was to use the max 15% interannual variability applied to this situation so that they would be capped at a 15% reduction in those particular areas. So Chris, I hope that answers your question. We had to have a number in there to get the mortality tool corrected, but it is not in the main motion. And the main motion is really the other table that doesn't have any numbers in it for Canada, except for the numbers from 2022 and your percentage reduction in the FIS survey.
But you've made, like you said, to do some of the math, you've had to make an assumption for Canada.
That's right, I did.
Implicit in the TCY coast-wide. Okay,
it's not, yeah, but this is again just the mortality tool, and we could have them run it again. I mean, if you guys have a number, we can put it in there, we can run it again and see what it does, but we had to have a plug in there to get this far. Again, this is not part of the motion, this is part of the rationale, and it also shows you what the results are of those various TCEYs on each fishery in those regulatory areas.
I think it's similar, if I could, to Canada's motion where you didn't put numbers in for the US, but you did have an assumed TCUI reduction of 10%. And this includes assumed TCUI reduction that follows a rationale of areas largely following the surveyed weight per unit effort change for 2022. So it isn't, that assumption goes into the total, if I'm correct. Am I understanding that right, Jeff?
Yeah, so the spreadsheet that I gave you to work with, the ending numbers are not necessarily correct because I've taken the Canadian numbers out of them. So that the 2023 TCEY at 31.037 million pounds, that is not, that is only for the US areas. That does not take into account Canada and what they might do in 2023.
So just for clarification, maybe this might help. The total TCEY, including of 37.7 something, what's that at a percent reduction from 2022?
I'm sorry, can you ask me that one more time? I'm sorry, I got a little dis.
So your total, just like Canada said, a reduction in TCUI by 10%, total TCUI by 10% works out to, I can't remember the number. What does your number, the 37.7, work out as a percent reduction from the adopted for 2022?
as a percentage. So the way we looked at this, when you look at the Alaska areas and the reductions, Alaska area, I'm not sure if this is exactly what you're asking, but the Alaska area would be reduced collectively by 8.2%, just from the Alaska areas alone.
Yeah, it's okay.
Try me again, Jim.
So you had a number in your spreadsheet from the mortality tables of when you, because you had to put one in for, is a reduction in the total TCEY, coastwide TCEY, and it worked out to 37.7 something pounds. I can't, 77 pounds. Just what is that in the percent reduction from the adopted TCEYs from last year?
Jim, again, are you asking that with your 11% in there?
No, I'm asking that is what does the 37.77 mean from last year, from the 41 point? What's that percentage reduction?
37 million. Let me. Can somebody else help?
I believe it's 8.4.
8.4 reduction. And I think the number included to come up with that total for 2B is the 11% reduction, right? That the survey saw from last year's TCY, which is there on the screen as 6.73.
Okay, so you're proposing, just so for clarification, overall an 8 point whatever percent reduction in the coastwide TCEY, and then you distributed that 8% based on whatever what your proposal for the TCEY for 2023 in the different regulatory areas.
That is correct. We didn't do equal cuts. Each area is carrying its own FIS. The reason that we like this approach is that it's very transparent. We don't have one area trying to take quotas from other areas to balance their book. Everybody is riding on their own survey and their own trends. And there's no borrowing or stealing or trying to take from other areas in this proposal. Let's look at what we had last year. Let's look at the reduction or the increase in the FIS. And let's, in the interim, while we don't have an agreement, let's follow the FIS. As I mentioned earlier, it's tried and it's tested. And it really is, the FIS is really the driver for this particular motion.
Thank you. Chris?
Jim, you kind of summarized how this works. Could you do that again? I'm still trying to wrap my brain around some of this here.
So they have a coastwide TCEY reduction from the 2022 adopted of 8 point something percent. I can't.
It's 8.4 reduction from 2022.
And then they distributed that 8.4% reduction across regulatory areas based on the FIS survey or the interpretation of the FIS surveys and other things.
That's correct, Jim. If I could just speak to that. In 2A, their survey was actually up by 10%, but I think they have an agreement in place or maybe are working on an agreement and they like the 1.65. So despite 2A getting a 10% increase in their survey, they are remaining flat in this motion. And then let's see, it equates to a 1% reduction in 2C and a 15%. So a couple of areas remain flat. One area goes up slightly by 4.6%. But at the end of the day, the savings are 2.62 million pounds just from Alaska alone. And I think if we had Canada in there, we can make that over 3 million pounds.
Somebody has a mic on there. Were you looking to speak?
No, my mic just seems to turn on when Jeff's turns on.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else want to?
Jerry?
Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, co-chairs. Yeah, I'm going to vote against the motion for a couple of reasons, but on the one in particular, because it is not proposing, in my view, enough of a reduction from last year's total, and in that context, it's not appropriate. I'm also, I guess, I'm troubled by the. Sorry, but I'm also obviously troubled by the extent to which it is. I suppose from our perspective, a good thing in that it's showing the desire and willingness of the U.S. to move fish around between regions in order to satisfy both political and other objectives, while of course demanding that Canada's share ought to be totally based on the on the survey and the bottom area, and thereby ignoring migration and other issues. And so it comes to both a total number, which is inappropriate, but in particular, and I suppose I should applaud this because it is clear that the U.S. side is acknowledging the appropriateness of what amounts to a national share for 2A. In other words, 2A, you're agreeing to give them a number, and to maintain that number, however you have to, by shifting fish from here to there and moving things to others. But of course, acknowledging a political need. And I understand that. That's the right thing to do with these things. But on the other hand, you should understand, from my perspective at least, acknowledging the fundamental argument we have made all along about the appropriateness of a national share for Canada and a national share for the United States, and the ability of the United States to take the measures that it seems that it needs to make in order to satisfy its stakeholders and the appropriate way in which to harvest its share of the stock. So against that background, I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on that? I have Lyle and then Chris.
And Russell, I think.
Lyle, Russell, Chris? Okay.
Sure. Thanks, Jeff. I always appreciate the stuff you put up, but there's always a lot of thought put into it, and I do appreciate it. One of the parts that I do really appreciate in it is that you put some bounds around these high swings that I really question sometimes if it's a function of the fish or some of the assumptions that go into it, because it doesn't always reflect what we see on the ground. So I do really appreciate and agree with the fact that you put some bounds in those declines, because I think they should be on both sides, whether it be an up or a down. I do think we have to put some rules in here so we're not seeing 25, 27, 28% swings, because that doesn't work for this industry. What I do struggle with, though, is similar to Jerry, a fixed number in area 2A, even though their surveys were up by 10%. I just don't think that's a great precedent to have a set number. And the other one I struggle with a little bit, of course, is 4B, because there was such a decline out there. Again, I do understand about the moving of the fish to 2C and 3A last year and trying to get some of that back. And I agree with that. I wasn't a big fan of the ability to move that fish that far across the regions, but that's a domestic issue that you guys deal with, but I did struggle with it. So anyway, thank you for putting some bounds on that, but I would be voting against the motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, may I respond a little bit?
Sure, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, okay, I really appreciate those comments there, and I just want to make sure here that I think it was mentioned twice in a row here that we're moving fish around between areas and we're not moving any fish. And even the fish in 4B's survey was actually, they had really good indicators. In 4B, they were up by 5%. They're super stable. Let me see. 4B is doing really good, and they wanted instead of taking their 5% increase, they wanted to stay flat. That fish didn't go anywhere. We didn't move it to another area. We didn't move any fish from any single area to another area this year. We just looked at last year's allocations. What did our fish, how did our fish perform? And then let's adjust ourselves and our upcoming TCEYs to those fish trends, as we think it's the most bulletproof way to do this at that point. So at this point, especially given the new estimates in natural mortality and what that's doing to the models and stuff, it seems a little bit questionable at this point. And so, again, we didn't move any fish. There is no moving a fish from one area to another. You just take last year's allocation, and the percentage up or down that you got is basically what you get with the 15% smoother on it. Thank you.
Okay, I think we had Russell next. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that. I like the hard work that you put in to come up with these numbers. I'm not supporting it based on the overall 8.2 or 8.4, however you figure it. But I just, I think it as a delegation, you work together, and I just think we need to come a little further. And but thank you for that, the thoughtful stuff so far.
Thanks, Russell. Go ahead.
I'd like to say that I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. I think it's a responsible approach. And most of it I can agree with, but from my perspective, I'm looking at the issue of mitigation. We know that it's been going on for at least as long as I've been coming to these meetings. We have an issue with bycatch. The science is clear on that issue and how it affects Area 2, and yet we continue to not address that in a meaningful way. I could see this passing if mitigation was on the table, but if it's not on the table, I can't support it.
Thanks for that. Chris?
Yeah, just I won't be supporting the motion for reasons that I've already stated. Specifically, I don't think an 8.4 cut coastwide is enough. I think with what we're seeing with the stock, the surveys, the recruitment, I think we need to do more than that. And second of all, as mentioned, the 1.65 million pounds in 2A, I don't think an absolute number is appropriate for an allocation. I think it's something that should reflect abundance and be percentage based if an allocation is sought. Thank you.
Hey, Chuck. Yes, thank you. I guess a clarification, just so I have it right. The 8.24 reduction is total coastwide TCEY? That's what the Alaskans or the U.S. is proposing? And that's total TCEY. So in fact, the U.S. waters are taking less than that because you're including an 11% reduction for Canada. And on that basis, I would vote against it. Thank you.
I think as we did the math on this, and Jeff, you can correct me, I think the U.S. reduction was 8.24 without, when it was just the U.S. reduction.
Yes, Linda. So under this scenario, just the Alaska region alone the reduction in pounds from 2022 would be 2.62 million pounds. And that is an 8.19% reduction just in Alaska alone.
Okay, so that's the 8.19% reduction from 2022 for U.S. areas only.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's for clarification.
Okay, anybody else? Forrest, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jeff, for the motion. This impressed me that you, since we don't have an agreement and the 4-year interim agreement is disbanded, I guess. This was a very simple formulaic approach to reductions, trying to capture a couple of things. The overall trend, downtrend in 032 distribution or TCY. And I'll speak in a second to some thoughts on TCY, but I know that I noticed as I was looking at this that it is based off of 2022 adopted TCYs per regulatory area. So right out of the gate, it kind of still substantiates levels that Canada, was fishing at under the interim agreement. So I think, that was kind of you to do that. But I think as we think about this, it all has to be relative to our ultimate expectations of a long-term agreement. So we know that we don't have that. We know that we're probably looking at more of a short-term 1-year outlook. And I think this does a good job of blending socioeconomic needs, a FISC component. I know that for 2C, and I appreciate this, that it takes into consideration the charter sector and what's happening down there, and thank you for doing that. And I think it also acknowledges that certain areas are affected differently by the interim agreement. So I will speak to TCY coastwide. We heard from Dr. Stewart yesterday several things that I think are important to acknowledge. We know that recruitment isn't necessarily pegged to the size of the spawning biomass. Any good event could, 1987, I noticed when you look back on the where things landed in recruitment, there were, marginal recruitment years right before that, and it was a huge spawning event. And I know that we're all, holding with bated breath on some more good recruitment, but I do acknowledge also that a lot of our short-term models are looking at the one-year class 2012. However, we also heard during the presentations that unless it was a major shift in fishing pressure, we're probably not going to deflect the stock one way or another. I think I've said this multiple times that this is a yield question where we want to be yield-wise in the short term. I appreciate that this is a compromise of not going down too far too fast in terms of the economics of the fisheries. So thank you, Jeff. I'll be supporting this motion for those reasons.
All right, thanks, Forrest. I have Dan Falvey online.
Okay, yeah,
And
thanks.
go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I'm just speaking in support of the motion. I really appreciate the work Jeff put into doing this and the way the U.S. contingency kind of all gave a little bit to make it all work out. I think it's a strong motion. I think his rationale was very well articulated and is very strong, and I hope it makes it over into the minutes. I would just highlight a couple of parts of that rationale. One is I do think that there was widespread support for being a bit more precautionary this year coastwide to account for those additional risks that Ian identified. And I think Jeff has incorporated that in his motion. And I think we spoke that both the US and Canada on the conference board were looking for some additional reductions in last year's number to account for those risks that were identified. So there was some agreement on, on the reason for cutting it. There just wasn't agreement on the amount to cut. In terms of the 15% max, I think that's appropriate. I think, you look at the survey and stuff, a lot of that times you see a drop of, 20 or 30% magnitude. The next year's number comes up and it averages out a lot. And during the whole MSE process, we really did see a need for some type of smoothing at both the coastwide and also at the area specific levels to take some of the volatility out of it. And if you do provide smoothing like that, it doesn't really affect the long-term yield of the stock. It just really does even out the bumps and help the socioeconomics of the fishery. So I think having a 15% max, both up and down, is appropriate. And the last point I would really highlight is I think it's appropriate to not include U-26 compensation as part of this package. That was, a component of the interim agreement, and the interim agreement is no longer in effect. And that means that the whole U-26 and the agreement to compensate each other for bycatch and the formula for doing that is off the table now. And so it's appropriate to have just a straight 1 year only set of TCEYs to help us bridge the gap until we can have a longer term agreement. And that 1 year thing should not include the U-26. And I see Jeff has not included that, and I support that. So thanks for all the hard work, and I'll be voting in favor.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Jeff, for producing this table. It appears to me you just didn't do this over the morning coffee. It's a little hard to digest all the rationale in just a few minutes here. But if we rely on 2012 figures, it appears that we should all be looking at taking a cut, which this does take a cut. But as far as Area 2A goes, they don't seem to be sharing in that. And for a few other reasons, I would be against this motion. Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to capture what people are saying. If people have rationale they want to share that things they've said only, but do you want to email to us? We'll try and capture as much as we can. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, I'm Phil Wyman. I'm a longliner from Sitka. And the first thought I have is that, so I'll be talking mostly about 2C, but the first thought I have was when I first started coming to these meetings 19 years ago, 2C was harvesting at 15% and 3A was harvesting at 20% and 2B was harvesting at 20%. And I think we were really well underrepresented. I think Linda and Dan were coming about the same time. And so we quickly realized that we need to have better representation in 2C. And so we got involved and pretty soon we were up to where 3A was and 2B was. But As far as 2B goes, I mean, 2C goes, you know, we're a small boat fishing fleet with probably over 1,000 participants in the fishery. We're probably only have 5% of our fleet is over 60 feet. We're made up of 57%, I think, commercial effort, 18% charter effort. The rest is made up of subsistence and rigorous sport use. So we're diversified. We represent more probably residents in the halibut fishery than any other area. So our area is doing strong, but the problem we're having right now is we don't want to take a 10% cut. Our numbers are the best numbers in Alaska or in all the areas technically. So taking a 10% cut would really be hurtful for us. But it's something we could absorb, but we have to look at our neighbors on both sides of us, and they are not fishing. Their harvesting is way above where they should be. So we think that they should take cuts. As far as comparing 2C to 2B, and now that we're grouped into 2 area, that you have to realize that the fish report from last year shows you guys, Canada at 13.3%, and we're at 14.3% of the total area. But with Canada's proposal, never going below 7 million pounds, you guys are harvesting 30% more than what 2C is getting after we take our 10% cut. So that is not a fair proportion. We do not like being a partial sanctuary. And what's disturbing too is that by your over harvesting, Ian's been showing there's a back migration of halibut coming from 2B back into 2C. So you're harming us more by your over harvesting. So I will be supporting Jeff's motion because I think the Alaska side has done a proper way of analyzing all the data. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for all the comments. I think we're ready. Oh, Malcolm, not ready to vote.
No,
Go ahead.
sorry, one last one. I'll try to keep it short. So I'm supporting this motion as a compromise position. We just want to clarify the intention in supporting this motion as a 1-year bridge to what I hope is a longer term agreement in terms of distribution. And I'm hoping that longer term agreement would rely on a 3-year average of the FIS distribution with a 15% max up and down that would be applied to all areas. So just to address some of the concerns that have been brought up as far as the 2A number, I mean, this was just put in, we're not endorsing that as an ongoing mechanism, but just as a 1-year bridge, basically, until we get to a longer term agreement amongst all areas. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Malcolm. Anybody else? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I do appreciate the rationale behind this proposal. Following FIS is probably the best tool we have at hand right now. In it, you know, the applied 11% that Canada takes is right in line with what we've seen in our FIS. However, when you look at the coast-wide decline in FIS is somewhere around 15, but this proposal only takes us to 8.5. I just feel like the other party has to dig a little deeper to get us down to what we're seeing on a coast-wide basis.
Okay, thank you. We have one person with a hand up online. Let's see. Go ahead, Patty.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Thank you. This is Patricia Phillips. I live in Pelican. My family and I have our longline halibut and black cod. We have 2C and 3A quota, primarily 2C. So the harvestable coastwide halibut biomass continues to be at reduced abundance. And the halibut resource has been rebuilding after, experiencing a low and declining state. We have shifts in the environmental conditions, a warming ocean, and forage fish that affects recruitment and weight at age ratios. A sustainable biomass requires fishing mortality rates not exceed recruitment. East of 140, areas 2C and 3A, we've had no trawl fisheries. We've shut that down to trawl fisheries. And we see from east of 140, we see, 2C has a good weight at age ratio. And probably with 3A fish, you would see halibut, you would see the same if you could divide east of 140 halibut from west of 140 halibut. I appreciate the long-term stakeholder knowledge that has gone into this spreadsheet. While I don't think 2C should be cut, because of everybody needs to pay the price, I will be voting in favor of this motion. I would like to see the resource get back to the early 2000 levels. Then we can all have our fair share. Canada gets 20% of the quota, but they want 50% of the say, and it's a coast-wide resource. So we all need to pay the piper to get the resource back to where it is. My father-in-law, Jack Phillips, was in the fishery prior to the Americanization of the fishery, and now we're fighting over a reduced quota from where it used to be. And I have grandchildren that I'd like to get into this fishery. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Patty. I think do we have Tom Markey? No. Yes. I don't see a hand anymore. Oh, okay. Nobody else online looking to speak? Oh, Garrett.
Thank you, Linda. And Jeff, wonderful work on putting this together. We will be supporting the motion. There was a lot of, give and take with developing this, but overall, everyone on the U.S. side came to an agreement that conservation is of the largest concern to us, especially in what we saw with this year's TCEYs and direction of the stock. And as spoken by Chris, the 2012 year class is of our largest concern. That's what we're going to be weighing the future years on. And we don't know where those fish are headed. And so a conservative approach is the most important to the charter sector. Looking at a 15% cut to 3A is displacing millions of dollars out of the charter sector's hands. And if it's for conservation, we're willing to take that hit. And I want everyone to be cognizant that a 30% closure during our busiest time of the year is very, very daunting from an economical standpoint for us. It is something we're willing to take, but understand is very, very new waters for the charter sector. We will be supporting this, and thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Garrett. Appreciate the tone of comments and all the work that's gone into finding agreement on both sides and how close we all are, actually. Okay, are we ready to vote? I think so. All right, you want me to start with you one side? Oh, I'm sorry. Lauren, go ahead.
I appreciate this past discussion, but I think we're kind of forgetting about the underlying problem, the bycatch problem. I first saw firsthand about what these vessels can do, the large ones, when our government unceremoniously allowed 9 vessels to be brought into British Columbia. I don't see how we can control that bycatch. And I'm looking at a report from your country on the number of different types of fishing vessels you have, and seeing the number of the large ones up in Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska, and the type of hook and line operations that run 30, 40, 50,000 hooks a day using crucifiers. I think when we're doing and voting in this current quota cuts, I don't think we should be forgetting about the major problem. And I know Canada has a bycatch program reduction, and that I know hook and line people account for every bloody scale that we catch, and I don't see that happening in Alaska. I see it is gradually going down, but it's still not good enough. And I noticed last year when the pollock fishery was pressured to cut back somehow, they said, oh, well, if we cut back here, we will just catch more spring salmon, coho, and chum. You make us change our fishery. So, Madam Chairman, I agree we should go ahead with the vote anyway.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. Oh, Brian, one more. Oh, no, two more.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
I'll try to be brief. Speaking for the Homer Charter Association, the Homer Charter Association supports this, and I want to thank Jeff for the motion. It's a really good motion. It took a lot of hard work from U.S. Conference Board members, but especially from Jeff here. The HCA will support this as a one-year management approach based on the proposed area allocations. We've heard not here, but a lot of concern from 2C members, both commercial and charter, and needs for socioeconomic needs for the region. We want to note that there's fishery response and performance is important in times of low abundance like this, and HCA supports an ad hoc consideration for 2023 based on these concerns that we've heard. That said, moving further, we do not support codifying further a continued deviation from reference distributions in Region 2 or any region without some SRB review in the future, or possibly adopting a formula based on an approach to harvest strategy which incorporates a less abstract relationship to reference distributions found in the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, or at least in some temporally smooth version of those surveys. And that's it. Thank you. But I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Brian. And I see another hand. Go ahead, Garrett.
Thanks, Linda. Yeah, Garrett Elwood, Next Generation Fishermen's Association. Our membership is based out of 3B and Area 4A. We are supporting this in a short term because of the concerns about the performance of the FIS. Long term, however, we'd like to see a framework incorporating 3-year averaging of O32 distribution as a primary metric for distribution. We support max up or down 15%. I just, this is a pretty big compromise for the stakeholders in 3B when we have a large percentage of the O32 distribution in the area right now. It's resulting in over 2.5 million pounds of fish being used in other areas and other regions when the fish are there. My stakeholders have made decisions to invest in their futures in the halibut fishery based on the experiences they have on the fishing grounds. And we have, our membership has invested over $1.5 million in finance purchases of IFQs in the last 2 years, and I don't think that was necessarily a bad call based on what we're seeing out there. So again, we support this hesitantly for a 1-year agreement, but moving forward, we'd like to get back to reference level TCEYs using smoothing to make that adjustment over a period of time. Thank you.
All right, got it. Thank you. Oh, Chris.
Yeah, we're speaking to a motion, but given the fact people keep sort of bringing up now future distribution, I feel compelled to speak to it. Just remind everybody that we've almost always deviated from 032 stock distribution in the past when setting catch limits. The management strategy evaluation process, Canada and the U.S. agreed that management procedures and distribution may be science-based, policy-driven, or some combination thereof. And the MSAB, the evaluations through the MSAB and the MSE show that there are many different ways to distribute the available harvest, the TCEY, that are, like we say, science-driven, policy-driven, or some combination thereof. So I just remind everybody of that.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Were you waving or raising your hand? Waving, okay. All right, great. We ready to vote? Okay. Should I go first? All right, I'll call the US side first this time. So this is on Jeff's motion. I'm not going to reread the whole thing, but I think people remember what we're voting on. It's setting the TCYs for the US areas, mostly following the change between 2022 TCYs and adjustments from the 2022 survey or change in WPUE to indicate where we end up with a 15% max to smooth out some of the fluctuations. Okay, ready. ACDC,
Yes.
Alaska Charter,
Yes.
Alpha,
Yes.
Alaska Whitefish,
Abstain.
Alucor,
Yes.
Apicta,
Yes.
Area 4, Concerned Fishermen,
Yes.
Bristol Bay Economic Development, nobody here. CBSFA,
Yes.
Coastal Villages,
Yes.
CDFU,
Yes.
Deep Sea Fishermen,
Yes.
FVOA,
Yes.
Freezer Longline Coalition,
Yes.
Halibut Coalition,
Yes.
Homer Charter Association,
Yes.
Humboldt Area Saltwater Anglers,
Yes.
K-Bay Fishermen. Yeah, he's online. Kirill, can you hear us? If you don't have audio, you can always go up or down using your thumb icon or abstain. Okay, we're going to keep going. Kodiak Vessel Owners,
Yes.
Cruzoff Fisheries,
Yes.
Next Gen Fishermen,
Yes.
North Pacific Fishery Association,
Yes.
Uzinki Cape Barnabas,
Yes.
Pacific Fishing Inc., Patty Phillips.
Yes.
Thank you. PBOA,
Yes.
Recreational Fishing Alliance California,
Yes.
Seafood Producers Cooperative, online Carter. Is he still with us? Yep. He's got his thumbs up. I think we don't have audio for him. Okay, Sitka Black Cotton Halibut Marketing. SIFA.
Yes.
Thank you, Kathy. Seago.
Yes.
St. Paul Fishing Company.
Yes.
And Yukon Delta Fishery Development Association.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did Creel come back online? I don't see him. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you are there. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Canada, Annieville Halibut Association?
No.
Remember to use your mics, please.
I did.
Okay.
No.
Atlegay?
No.
BC Groundfish Hook and Line Association?
No.
No.
BC Halibut Longliners Association?
No.
Northern Trollers Association?
No.
BC Tuna Fishing Association?
No.
BC Wildlife Federation?
No.
Canadian Sablefish Association?
No.
Council of Haida Nation?
No.
FAS Seafoods?
No.
Halibut Advisory Board?
No.
Northern Halibut Producers?
No.
The Toronto Tribal Council? No. Pacific Coast Vessel Owners Guild?
No.
Pacific Halibut Management Association?
No.
South Vancouver Island Anglers Coalition?
No.
Sports Fishing Advisory Board Maine?
No.
Michael Fowler, Sports Fishing Advisory Board North online?
Opposed, no.
Thank you. Sports Fishing Advisory Board South?
Being Canadian, I'll say no, thank you.
Very good. Sports Fishing Institute of BC?
No.
Stevenson Halibut Association?
No.
The United Fishermen's and Allied Workers Union?
No.
Vancouver Island Longline Association?
No.
West Coast Fishing Guides Association?
No.
Okay, so that's.
So US vote was 30 in favor, no opposed, 1 abstention, 1 not present.
Canadian vote with 24 noes, 0 yeses, and 0 abstentions.
Okay, well, that's always the hardest part. Good work, everybody. Let's just take a short break and then we can go into the regulatory proposals. I know we're losing our regulatory presenter at 3, so we'll see how far we can get before a lunch break. So should we just keep it kind of short, 10-minute break and be back to start regulatory proposals? Awesome, thank you.
Okay, let's go.
I love it. What is that doing up? Okay, I think we're ready to get started and to whip through the regulatory proposals, at least the ones that are very straightforward. We're going to turn it over to our regulatory expert here. Hopefully people have had a chance, well, they've been presented to the commission, so you've heard one review of them, but some are very sort of housekeeping in nature, but I think we ought to just get motions on them so it's clear that we've addressed them. So, okay, go ahead, over to you.
Thank you, co-chairs. So let's start with proposal A1. If we have that on the screen, just for reference, the appendix for that proposal. This proposal is a framework for introducing mortality and fishery limits that result from the mortality limits adopted by a commission into the IPHC regulations. This is not a decision on actual mortality limits. It's just a decision on how these mortality limits that are decided are introduced into regulation. So when it comes to this decision, you can either note the framework, the proposal with a framework, or you can vote on it. But this does not indicate any specific limits by area. It's just that if we go to the appendix, it's just the empty table that will be used in the regulations when we decide on mortality limits.
Okay, thanks for that. So anybody want to make a motion that we give a nod that this table going into regulation is fine by the conference board? Megan, go ahead.
I have a motion. The conference board recommends the commission adopt proposal A1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Chuck, second, great. Anybody opposed? Awesome. Okay, let's go to A2. Organization.
Great, thank you. If we bring to the screen the appendix of proposal A2, this proposal is a proposal on the commercial fishing periods. Again, this is just a framework. So this deletes the dates from the previous year and introduces the empty or blank section for introducing fishery limits. Moreover, with the transition of management in the IPHC regulatory area 2A, the commission will no longer need to set the dates for the non-tribal directed commercial fishing in IPHC regulatory area 2A. So this proposal includes deletion of the text that would be related to the commercial fishing period in 2A and allows us to be relieved from that responsibility for setting those dates for 2A and leave that to NOAA Fisheries per published rule that is effective from January 4th, 2023. And we have here on the screen the full text of this proposal. So as you can see, it deletes the dates for the commercial fishing periods and deletes the text for more restrictive fishing periods for 2A. I will note, though, however, that whatever dates NOAA Fisheries will be choosing for 2A, they still have to be within the date set by the Commission in the point 2 and 3 of this section.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, it's largely housekeeping by creating this new structure, but also avoids duplication of effort by the IPHC. So we have a motion to adopt this. I don't think we have any 2A folks in the room, but I'd take a motion to adopt this proposal A2 if anybody wants to make it. Looking at some 2A folks over there. Oh, Megan's got one. You're saved.
I'll second.
I've got a motion. The conference board recommends the commission adopt proposal 2A.
Thanks, Megan. I think that was Tom online seconding. Is that right?
But just a minute, this is more than just 2A, right? This is the fishing period, which with the modifications that it recognizes that the IPHC is not, managing the 2A fishery. I think we just adopt the proposal A2.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that was Megan's motion that we recommend adoption of proposal A2.
Yeah, this is Tom. I'll second.
Awesome. Okay. Anybody want to speak to this? Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My name's Phil Anderson, here representing the interests of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. This has been about a 4-year work in progress. When Dr. White came on, he was interested in having this fishery be managed domestically rather than within the commission. And so the Pacific Council, working closely with National Marine Fisheries Service, has made this transition. It's in place and up and going this year. I'd appreciate a favorable vote on this regulation.
Okay, any objection to that motion or any other questions, discussion? All right, seeing no objection, A2 passes. We'll go to A3.
Thank you. Moving to proposal A3, if we can bring it to the screen. This proposal accommodates the remaining components of the transition of 2A management from the IPHC to NOAA Fisheries and Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And this includes relieving the IPHC from the responsibility of issuing license to directed commercial fishing, non-directed non-tribal commercial fisheries in 2A, as well as charter fisheries and incidental fisheries. Moving forward, this will be issued by NOAA Fisheries per their application procedure, and this will relieve us from this responsibility. So again, allows us not to duplicate this effort. This will also allow us to be relieved from setting the non-tribal directed commercial fisheries management measures in season. So these are the commercial fishing periods and vessel limits that we used to set. But according to the new rule that was published by NOAA, this will be now set by NOAA Fisheries. And again, avoiding the duplication of effort, this proposal accommodates that within the IPHC regulations.
Okay, can I have a motion on this one? Thank you, Megan.
The conference board recommends the commission adopt proposal A3.
Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. I didn't get the name of the Tim Saltwater Anglers. Thank you. Okay, any other discussion on this? Any objections? Okay, seeing none, that passes. Moving on to A4.
Thank you. So proposal A4 is the standard secretariat's proposal that do not affect how the fishery is going on. It's just a proposal that is housekeeping and improves the regulatory language within the IPHC regulations. So again, housekeeping, and there's no need for any specific action, but we appreciate the support of this proposal that improves the consistency of the language here.
Chuck.
Yes, a question of the commission, if you don't mind. I have no issue with it as it states. However, if the fishery does, in the wisdom of the commissioners and the commission, change to a point where we will be keeping under U26, how easy it is to change this regulation? Because U26 in itself may change. Thank you.
that the conference board recommend adoption of proposal B1.
Who was the second on that? Thanks, Jeff. Chris, did you have a question? Go ahead.
There's a question on the motion and on the proposal. I just wonder if we get from an understanding of how this will ensure the charter sector in Alaska stays within its allocation. It's just we have seen in the past that the charter sector has exceeded its allocation. In 2021 and 2C, it exceeded by 142%. In 2021 and 3A, it was 126% of the limit. So at least that's our understanding from looking at the document. So if someone could just explain to us, are these changes, how will they help ensure that the charter sector stays within its limit?
I can try to answer that, and I'll invite any of the charter operators to add to that. So the management, the North Pacific Council on Fish and Game go through a fairly lengthy process to predict what charter catch rates are likely to be and to identify potential management measures to keep the charter fleet under their allocation. That allocation is a percentage of whatever limit gets set in 2C or 3A this week in the process. Process. And the overages, those overages that you see occurred at a time, well, COVID, when some of those projections were a little bit off. Visitors increased during the year because of a change in cruise ship regulations that our delegation negotiated. So that was a fairly large exception to the rule. But generally, the charter fleet participates in a process where they look at what the management measures can be to keep them under their allocation. They identify which ones that they are told will work are the ones that are most livable for them. And those are sent forward to be part of this table. And if there's an overage, that's factored in to come up with measures for the next year that will be more restrictive. Go ahead, Chris.
So what you're saying is there hasn't really been a change to the process. It's more what happened in 2021 was an anomaly because of what happened with the cruise ship industry. Is that, but there hasn't been any sort of fundamental change to how the projections are done.
So the management measures that are identified every year are stepped up or stepped down as they need to account for any underage or overage. So the process is the same as far as how they arrive at the management measures, but the management measures that are identified are changed to meet the need of the moment. And Brian, why don't you add to that?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question, Chris. I'll try to summarize 2020 and 2020, I think we came in under. 2021, we did have an overage in both 2C and 3A, and I'll try to summarize it as best as I can remember. The North Pacific Fisheries Management Council implemented a buffer in our, not in our allocation, but in our projected removals. Essentially, they gave us less restrictive harvest measures to incentivize clients to come, because there was a large concern that COVID would disincentivize people to come to Alaska from fish. So we had much less restrictive management measures, and we had far more participation than we anticipated, and it resulted in a pretty large overage, which we corrected. We're not implementing any more COVID buffers, at least I hope not. Does that answer your question? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try this. Any objection to the motion? All right, thank you. One passes. Going on to B2.
Thank you.
I couldn't hear you, Chris. I just asked if there was any objection. Okay, Canada's abstaining. Great, we'll note that. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. The next proposal, this proposal is proposing a change to Section 28 regulating recreational fishing in IPHC Regulatory Area 2B and modifies the daily bag limit to 3 fish per person. As a reminder, this measure was introduced before on a temporary basis and is currently expiring on 31st of March 2023.
Okay, is there a motion on this one? Go ahead.
Yes, if I may, I have a motion here that could be put up. I believe I've sent it in, and if you could put it on the screen, I'd appreciate it.
Who was it sent to?
Jim Wayne has it.
Jim.
Yeah, okay, so does that go under the next one with the contracting?
Which one are we talking about?
This is DFO's one. This is the one that Gwen described on Tuesday or Monday.
This is the regulatory proposal.
This is a regulatory proposal by DFO.
Yeah, right? For the daily bag limit.
Yeah, but didn't you have a proposal? Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, so I would be moving our motion, but I have a secondary motion to that.
Okay, so we just have to get it sent to the person who can project it.
Yeah.
Sending it to Tara.
Yeah.
Point of clarification. I guess as happened with the previous motions, is it being assumed that the Canadian regulatory proposal motion is now before us, or is it necessary to seek a motion from conference board for or against the regulatory proposal?
I think what we've been doing is someone makes the motion and there's a second. So I think we're just waiting to have the motion up there, and then we'll get a second on it once the motion's been read. If you want to go ahead and read what your motion is. Did you get a second? We're just waiting to get it projected. But yes, I think we're following the same procedure we followed for the other regulatory proposals. Was that your question, or did I miss something?
So is by putting the motion on the screen that's been put forward by the Secretariat, it's not a motion yet until someone at the conference board moves its support or rejection. Am I correct in that?
Right.
Okay.
Which is what we've been doing. Megan's been making motions, but I think Chuck was making a motion.
Yeah. Thank you. And okay. In support of the motion, whereas Canada manages the Pacific Coast recreational halibut fishery to daily and possession limits along with size limits as well as annual limits, and whereas the size limits and annual limits cannot be varied in season, and whereas the maximum allowable daily limit per person in Canadian regulations is 3 with a maximum possession limit of 3, and whereas Canada has implemented a carryover provision, which means that should the recreational committee or fishery have an overage up to a certain percentage, it will be deducted in full from the recreational TAC the following year. And whereas if Canadian Department of Fisheries ascertains the sector is likely to have an overage, it can and has closed our fishery in season. Therefore, the Sport Fishing Advisory Board moves that the conference board recommend acceptance of the regulatory proposal IPHC 2023 AM099 Prop B2 from Canada for a change to section 28 of the IPHC fishery regulations, the recreational sport fishing for Pacific halibut, IPHC regulatory area 2B.
Yeah, it doesn't want to go to her.
Daily bag limit of 3 fish per person. And if there's a seconder to that motion, I'll add some ancillary discussion.
I'll second it. Michael Fowler, Sports Fishing Advisory Board member.
Okay, thank you, Michael. We got you as the second.
Okay, then.
I wouldn't accept the address.
Okay, so I think the motions is being resent to project, but I think people know we've had this presented in the other room. It's to allow the bag limit to go up to 3 fish in area 2B.
Okay, and if I can, and I'll add some other comments, and others may as well on other aspects that I will not enter.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. As clearly stated in the Canadian National Report, IPHC 2023 AM099 NR01, the SFAB maintains an active and highly collaborative relationship with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the province of BC. This collaboration can include several pre-season technical data meetings along with more halibut committee meetings to determine a conservative approach to our fishery. And our halibut committee, as I mentioned in the main sessions, includes the department, the province, ourselves as represented for the SFAB, and at times Ottawa has even attended as well. Additionally, where we are. Additionally, we meet monthly in season, June through October, to review the data that arrives monthly from our CREAL and IREC surveys, and IREC being the Internet Recreational Estimate of Catch. These meetings, again, also include DFO CNP, DFO Science, the province, and our SFAB committee representatives. Both of these surveys are mandatory when asked, as per the CREAL, or assigned at the license issuance in the case of the IREC. In other words, when you take a license out, you have a month that you must report your catch. And this catch for halibut includes, the survey includes the size of the halibut, the day, etc. And it's measured in length, not in pounds. Note that also that every license holder is required to report all catch within 20 days to IREC. So it's not at the end of the year accounting, it is. You get it for a month, you reply by the 20th of the month following. Please also note that in Canada, we do not delineate between lodges or guides, or for the lack of a better description, public fishers, including non-residents. We all have the same limit, and we fish to the same size, we fish to the same daily limits and possession limits. It is one fishery with the same rules. When mentioning, when mentioning an overage provision in the motion itself, I would be remiss if I did not mention that we're the only regulatory area where there is this provision. In fact, I may go so far as to say that we're likely the only regulatory area to have a hard cap or limit on our recreational fishery. When we go over, we are shut down. So I will add one other notation, that is to state that we're serious about managing conservatively our fishery to stay within limits. In doing so, we understand this will likely mean leaving fish in the water. In fact, we actually forecast to do that. We leave it that. We have several buffers built in place in our modeling. And as I just suggested at the main sessions, in the last 9 out of 11 years, we've left almost 1,112,000 fish left in the water. Now, I know there will be concerns that, okay, and I'll admit to the commercial fishery, the 2B commercial fishery, we will not attain the same accuracy in our estimates as they have in their fishery. They are the best managed fishery on this coast, and it is hard to achieve that. But we do try, and for our recreational fishery, we have a lot of oversight, and our numbers are. The department is very comfortable with our numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. I've got Kathy Hansen. The hand up online.
Just a quick question, and if I was there in person, I might ask it on the side, and it's partly curiosity. On your carryover provision, I understand where if you go over, it's subtracted from the following year. But if you go under, is that added to the following year, or is it just when you go over?
Go ahead, Jerry.
We fervently wish it was added to the following year, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to win that fight yet. But we appreciate the support, Kathy, and please write to our minister and suggest that it's only fair that if we have to pay back fish in a year we go over, we don't get a credit for the fish that we haven't taken in the previous year. But anyway, thank you for bringing that up.
Not sure the question was in support, but I was curious. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Forrest, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I can't see even with my glasses on. So this looks to me like rationale supporting the proposal, unless there's an actual change in here to the wording of the original proposal. But I have an amendment to the original proposal at the appropriate time.
That's a good point. I mean, I think the proposal we're working from is the R2 language, right? And this whereas is a resolution in support, or do you want to use your whereas language as the motion?
Okay, in this, if I may, in the Sport Fishing Advisory Board and most motions that are dealt with by our group and going to the department, the whereas is, yes, becomes rationale, but there will be subsequent discussion that also rationalizes why and that's what the other spoken, but it would make a very, very long motion if we added every bit of rationale and insisted that it appear. Therefore, I would say that our subsequent discussions are rationale. This is part of the motion. And I would like to see that in the minutes as part of the motion. Thank you.
Okay, and the effect of the motion is to allow a 3 fish bag limit to be reachable at any time during the season.
That is the initial request, and that's what it is, yes. Okay. And understand, and I have elaborated on it, it's only 3. If we have the 3, it is on the in this case, it's under 90 centimeters. Mind you, it could change to smaller, depending on how our fisheries look. That would allow, that's the maximum it would allow. And the over that fish, over that size limit between 90 and 133 in the 22 season, it would still only be 1 in a day, but not with any others, and maximum of 1. So our possession limit isn't doubled over the 3 and you take home 6. As long as you understand that, it's a hybrid type of system we run.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to go back to Forrest.
Okay, so where does that put me?
So the motion, Chuck wants this whole motion to be, or what he put up here, the whereas and the therefore, to be considered the motion. The effect of it is to allow this a 3 fish daily bag limit in the recreational fishery and 2B throughout the season.
Okay. Well, I'll give this a shot. Whereas, maybe I'll not try that. Okay. So this is the amendment. Allow 2B to apply a 3 fish bag limit with an implementation date no earlier than September 1st for 1 additional year. And with a second, I can speak to that.
I'll second that.
Is this a friendly amendment, or how is this? So we're not doing the substitute thing again, are we?
No, it's an amendment.
But don't you have to ask the commission to?
A substitute motion would replace the whole motion. An amendment is an amendment offered to the main motion. And so the motion is for an amendment to make it not be in place for the whole season, but to be in place, reachable to be in place by managers on September 1. And if we vote on the amendment, we'll do a separate vote, US, Canada. If it, pass or fail, then we'll take next steps. I don't know any other way to do it. So let's give Forrest a chance to speak to the motion.
Okay. I'm waiting for your mic to go off. Thanks. So the original reason for the U.S. Accepting the 3 fish bag limit was in response to COVID. We all know that. For the 2 fish bag limit's been in place since 1972, and there's implications to that precedent that's been set. There's been management procedures that are built around that concept. The contracting parties have been at liberty to adjust their regulatory process for years and years and years to that bar. The reason why my amendment accepts an additional year of a 3 fish bag limit is to give Canada an opportunity to kind of revise their regulatory process. I think there's a lot of tools in your bag. I realize it keeps getting brought up that, you know, you announce the size limits at the beginning of the year, they're put on the licenses. That's, in our eyes, is not insurmountable. But if you need an additional year to address that, we're happy to grant that. We have heard marketing concerns, et cetera, but I'm not going to go real deep into that. I don't think that granting Canada a 3 fish bag limit and making such a deep change to a recreational bag limit that's been in place for so long is something that we just want to grant on the basis of it helps you regulate your recreational fishery. If you want to have a deeper discussion on the origin of a 2 fish bag limit and what that actually means, we can have that. I think you have other ways to address these concerns. From my listening to your proposal and the rationale to the proposal in prior meetings, I'm understanding that you were closed down in 2017 once, but you've been within 10% of your allocation for years on end. So you seem to have been able to deal with it up to that point. And at this point, we're just not ready to support a 3 fish bag limit or meddle with something that's longstanding and affects all regulatory areas across the stock.
Forrest, I have one clarifying question. You said give them a year. So your amendment was September 1, 2023, or September of each year? I guess I wasn't quite clear on that part of your offered amendment.
It's one additional year exemption or allowance for 3 fish bag limit, and it would have an implementation date of no earlier than September 1st, because the way it's been portrayed is a cushion to adjust recreational fisheries. And the additional year is just for Canada to revise their thinking and approach to recreational fisheries and use the other tools that are available to them.
So if I'm understanding, so the impact of that is that it would extend the 3 fish bag limit through this year, but starting 2024, it could not be raised to 3 fish until September 1?
No.
I didn't get that right.
Hold on a second. So what's crossed out in this proposal says that except that between 1st of April 2021 and 31 March 2023. So somehow I think they just changed the end date to March 2023. It probably read last year, March 2022. So we would just make that March 2024, and then it would sunset. 31 March 2024.
So it would sunset 31 March 2024, but then after that, the September 1 kicks in?
No, the September 1 is an implementation date, and I'll need help to apply this amendment free-handed on a different piece of paper into the regulatory language properly, but the intent is that it's granted for one more fiscal or fishery year as the recreational fishery looks at it from 1st of April, I guess, 2023 to 31st of March, 2024. And with an implementation date for the 3 fish bag limit of no earlier than September 1st. Is that clear now?
I think so. Yeah. So I think what you're saying is you are extending the opportunity to go for to 3 fish for 1 more year, but you can't go to 3 fish until September 1. That's the impact of the amendment?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, it took me a little while to get the timeline right. Okay, any discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Jerry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, this, of course, is not, from our point of view, a friendly amendment. So it's an amendment which would have to be voted on separately from the main motion. I understand that. But I mean, I think it is important to understand, to explain some of the rationale behind this, which may not have been apparent from the other side. To start with, this is not about a marketing issue. I think Chuck mentioned that, but the reality is, though, that I found it interesting that just a few moments earlier, based on the U.S. rationale for one of the other changes that's already been approved by this group, part of the argument, as I heard it, and I admit the acoustics ain't great in this room, but part of the argument was that the way in which that had been worded was important for marketing reasons in the areas concerned. And so, you know, everything we do has an impact on how the businesses, whether they're commercial or recreational, operate. But the notion that somehow the proposal we've made is a violation of some sacrosanct principle that nobody should be able to catch more than 2 halibut in a day is an interesting one. And I've been at this table probably as long or longer than anyone else in the room. And I don't ever remember someone suggesting that there was something sacrosanct about the 2 fish a day. And I would note that, in fact, that isn't a principle anymore, because in the fisheries to the north of us, exceptions are being made as to whether, well, you can have big fish or you can have small fish, and that's what we're doing. Okay, we're limiting. In fact, we might suggest that there should be a coast-wide rule that no one catch a big fish, because that's the one we put in place, because, you know, preserving those females who are so productive might be really better for the stock. But that's not up to us to tell the people to the north of us how to manage their fishery to their best advantage. This rule is very specific in the sense that we're caught up in the way in which our system operates, in the changing of rules, which makes it really difficult, in fact impossible, to make certain changes in season. The one that we came up with is one where we are, as we did in its implementation in the past, we're allowing in part of the season where it's become clear to us that we're not meeting our TAC, that we're going to be leaving fish in the water, that we have liberalized the ability to keep another small fish. Okay, and the way the rule is written, that's what it's about. It's about allowing another small fish to be added to the bag limit of people at that time of year. My difficulty with the proposal is the date. Okay, and I mean, we're talking about arbitrary stuff here. We're not. As far I've heard no argument on the Canadian side, for example, that we would ever implement this at the beginning of the season. And the reason for that is that we'll be making the decisions about the beginning of the season next week after this meeting is over. And there's no way that we would be liberalizing the rules and thereby increasing the chances that we would bump up against our TAC limit in, you know, early August or at any other, or in fact, even earlier than that. And so it's a measure which will only ever be used in our case at a time when it's clear to us that leaving fish in the water ain't something we want to do, that we think that the amount that's been allocated, I mean, our measly 15%, which we enjoyed, someone on the US side said that they didn't think we get enough. Well, we have an agreement, that's what we get, but we want to catch the fish that are allocated to us, that are scientifically viable in terms of the future, and so we want to be able to make this change. Limiting it to the 1st of September will not work, in the sense that in this last year, we made the decision to go to the 3 fish limit earlier than that, a couple of weeks earlier than that. And so I would urge people not to support the amendment. I would urge my colleagues from Canada to not support it, and then move forward from there. If there's another amendment for a different time, that's maybe a different issue. We do not want in any way to put forward the notion that somehow we're proposing something that is going to bring, as it was viewed by others, as a marketing advantage, advertised and implemented in the previous season in order to place us in some kind of a better position. But on the other hand, an arbitrary decision of a date on the 1st of September is not acceptable to us, and therefore we would vote against. I would propose to my colleagues to vote against the motion.
Okay, thank you for that. It seems like, I mean, you said it didn't go to that till 2 weeks earlier than that. I'm wondering if there's any place in the middle that might be acceptable both sides, not just think about it for a minute and see if we can get there. I've got Mike Fowler up next, who's online.
Well, Madam Chair, if I could, and I haven't consulted, you should understand that on the Canadian side on this motion, we have always been on the same page with our commercial colleagues, and so far they have supported putting this forward. But and so now that a time difference has been proposed, I don't feel confident that I am entirely sure what all my colleagues would agree with, and so I think it would be in the interests of moving this thing forward, for us to take a brief break, and so that we could caucus with our colleagues and come back and answer the question which you've just asked.
Okay, that'd be great. I just want to see before we break, we have 2 hands up and then we'll take a break if that's okay. So Mike is first and then Forrest, and then we'll take a break and see if people can work things out. Go ahead, Mike.
My issue with this amendment is not that the arbitrary date of September 1st. My issue is it's only for 1 year, and therefore we're going to be back a year with the same proposal again. I would not like to see it extended for a year. Let's just do this and move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. And do you want to hold off, Forrest, or do you want to speak before we take a break? And
No, well, it's fresh on my mind if I could respond.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that you are putting this forward as something that's very specific to your fishery that'll never, you would never use it in any other way but to be a cushion for extending your regulation. But once it goes into regulation and statute, that is not, that any future intent is not your intent. It's wide open to use for any other purpose, changes in your fisheries, changes in your allocations. And I feel like we're opening a can of worms when we're dealing with a 2-fish bag limit that has implications across the board for all areas. What if we extend a 3-fish bag limit to the recreational fishery across the coast-wide? That has implications for other catch sharing plans, et cetera, and it's just for the reason that you're asking to use it. I just think that we're digging deep into a long-standing precedent, and we don't need to go there. If you want to have a deeper conversation about this, the origins of a 2-fish bag limit, the equity in having a 2-fish recreational bag limit, we're willing to go there, but we're not willing to rubber stamp this particular proposal in perpetuity so that you can solve a domestic recreational problem. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we take a break and see if there's any opportunity to find agreement, and we'll just make it flow into the lunch break. Does that sound good? And we'll come back at 1:45. You guys can talk a little bit, or do you need till 1? Okay, let's make it till 1. Yeah, okay, let's make it till 1. You can talk, go get lunch. I just know we're gonna
Okay, we're going to get going now, please.
We're just trying to see if there was a path forward to amend amendments, or we back to the Forestier amendment on the floor as originally made.
Madam Chair, after discussion with Canadian Sportfish, my rationale has not changed, or the purpose of my amendment, but we are willing to be flexible to extend it for 2 years, so it would be March 25th instead of 24th. And it's not a review date; it's a sunset date to give the government time to explore other options or go back to the options that they previously used, and an implementation date or start date during the season of August 15th. Prior 2022, they used August 20th, I believe, is when it was implemented. But yes, we're willing to revise that far.
Probably the cleanest would be to have you withdraw your other amendment with the concurrence of your second, and then make a new amendment so that people are less confused.
Okay, I withdraw my amendment, and I would like to make a new motion.
I'm trying to remember who the
amendment.
second was on Forrest's motion.
I don't remember either.
Yeah, and I'll second it.
You're withdrawing. Yeah, you're willing to withdraw. Okay.
I'm willing to withdraw.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we'd like to make a motion for an amendment to the proposal to extend a temporary exemption or allowance for a 3-fish bag limit to March of 25, I believe that would put it. And a implementation or start date, or however that needs to be worded to get at the spirit of what I'm trying to say, of August 15th. And with this second, I can speak to it.
And I'll second this as well.
Okay, thanks, Kurt.
I don't think this needs to be rehashed, but at this point, we're not willing to support anything in perpetuity that looks at an increase in bag limits above a long history of a 2-fish recreational bag limit, and still willing, not that our organization would be persuaded, or our membership, but to consider what equity and consequences there might be of altering from a 2-fish bag limit for future discussion. So with that, I'll leave it open to discussion if that's.
Okay.
Jerry?
I'm just going to say we'll carry forward. You said you're the same rationale from the last one. We'll carry some of that rationale forward in the minutes. Okay, go ahead. So you don't have to restate everything. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to be sure that I understand, because the acoustics and my hearing aids don't always work out here. So the new proposal is for a starting date of August 15. Is that what I heard?
Correct.
And a sunset of 2 years. Was that correct? In other words, it applies for a 2-year period.
That's correct.
Yeah.
If I heard you with the acoustics, I'm not sure I did, but I think I did.
Yeah. Well, co-chairs, I mean, unfortunately, I can't support the amendment. I appreciate that everybody's making an effort here to try and find some common ground, and that's good. But I'm afraid that the proposal for August 15, as opposed to August, I have indicated elsewhere that we could support a move to a potential implementation date of August 1st. That's based on the experience we've had the last couple of years as we moved in this direction. The need, once we get a clear understanding of where we stand in terms of our TAC and how close, either how close we are to going over, in which case we have to completely shut down our fishery, or our ability to give our anglers, particularly domestic anglers by that time of year, an opportunity to meet their bag limit or the total possession limit to catch a couple more fish. And so that's why we had crafted, and I think I should explain it again so everybody understands, a rule in which an individual angler can either have a possession limit of one large fish, one over 90 centimeters and under 133, or 3 fish under 90 centimeters. But that's a total possession limit away from home while you're fishing. So it accords with the past maximum possession limit of 3 fish, which is, in our case at least, always been applied to halibut. So I accept that that side of our proposal has not been, it's not acceptable. Fair enough. I will advise my colleagues to vote against it. I would also, though, have preferred that this business of us having to jump from year to year is not really very helpful, particularly in the collection of information and so forth. And so I would be prepared, and I will move as an amendment to our original motion if that becomes necessary, a provision that this be subject to a 5-year review. So it's not being cast in stone and it's there forever, but we understand that it raises issues that people wish to examine and discuss, and so therefore a review after 5 years is something that we could live with. But that said, I can only say I will not support the motion as it is presently worded. Oh, the amendment, I'm sorry, the amendment.
The amendment. Okay, great. Okay, go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, can I get clarification on the start date that's been granted for the last 2 years?
There has been no official start date. It was given in the wording of the IPHC motion of the previous years, the commissioner's motions. It could have been implemented at any time.
Okay, thank you.
And I mean, it was implemented after we had enough data to be able to know that we could relax the possession limit to this, what amounts to this extra small fish, without jeopardizing our future by going over our TAC.
And I think the question is, in what date was that done in the last few years, that 3 fish were allowed?
September 1 on September 1st 2 years ago and August 20 last year.
Okay, I'm not sure everybody
sorry.
could hear that. September 1 and August 29th, right?
August 20, yeah.
20, okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. And thank you for the motion, Forrest. I have a question procedurally, I guess. I could have asked this earlier, but this is more for the chairs. So we have, if we go back to the unamended main motion, I guess I'm wondering about intent here. It's AMO 99 Prop B2, which refers to a 3 fish limit all under 90 centimeters as an option. But I'm wondering if that's actually captured in the language of the motion, because that may be important to specify, especially as we're looking at this amendment. It definitely affects where I would vote. Is that the intent of the original motion? It just looks like there's discrepancies between Prop B2 and the motion on the unamended main motion on the floor.
Okay, since I made the original motion, I do believe there's no mention of the actual size. We have an undersize and an overage size in a hybrid. We're currently in a hybrid situation. We have been at times 83 centimeters and 115 centimeters. There's the two size breaks. And we've been 90 and 126. And this time we're 90 and 133. It could go back to 90 and some other figure. It depends on how all our projections look, especially under the current situation. This means actually stating in the intention of the size might be invalid if we change decide to reduce our fishery or whatnot to fit whatever the current TAC will be at any given year. Thank you.
So I guess I'm still not quite clear. So the under 90 centimeter that Jerry spoke to, there'd be 3 fish allowed, but that all have to be, I think you said 90. That size could change one year to the next, or that is part of this motion, that if 3 fish are allowed, the 3 fish have to be under 90 centimeters.
Okay. For 2022, the 90 and 133 applied, as it did for 2021. Okay. That may change or it may not change. So as a motion, we have no idea what our forecast is going to mean.
Okay.
But intent is
So
the
size,
break.
it's not part of the motion. Okay, I think that was Brian's question.
Oh, yes, it was. So the intent is to codify a proposition where we could potentially see a 3 fish daily bag limit, the fish being of any size. If the TAC allows, if your TAC allows that you could go there, or is it limited? Because if it's limited, I don't see the language in here that supports that. But I may be just not understanding it quite right. It's a complicated motion.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Point of order, just trying to understand, the current motion on the floor is an amendment to a date, not the main motion. So if we could address the amendment first, and if there's additional amendments to the motion, that they could be brought up just so we're on the same level.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think there's people who would vote differently if they really understood what the whole motion was, but that's a good point. So let's take the action on the motion and then on the amendment to the motion, and then we can dig deeper into the main motion. Okay, so we are now voting, unless there's more discussion, but if people are ready to vote on the Forest's amendment, which is to extend the allowance for up to 3 fish in Area 2 RAC to March 2025, but that I don't know what the right word is, relaxation or the allowance to go to 3 fish would be allowed in August 15th. No earlier than August 15th. Okay, so that's the motion, if that sounds right. Okay, any more discussion on that?
That's correct.
Go ahead. Is that Russell?
I'll be voting against the amendment. I think it's important to give them the flexibility to go to August 1st.
Okay, thank you. Do we need to do a roll call?
Do hands first to see how complicated.
All right, let's try to see if there, what are the yays on the US side on the amendment? And if you're online, and a thumbs up for you support the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. Do you support Forrest's amendment to the main motion? And hands up if you support Forrest's motion. We're just doing the US side right now. If you're online, thumbs up. Did you get? Okay, and let's get no's. No's is thumb down if you're online. Why are you going to sleep on me? Okay, so there's nobody in the room that's a no. One online. Are there any abstentions? One abstention.
2.
Did I miss one?
Yeah. Gentleman over
Oh, sorry. Okay, 2 abstentions. So you go ahead. Let's see what you get. Passes on the US side.
Who in Canada supports the amendment? Any abstentions? One abstentions? So the rest of you are no. Lyle?
Yeah, just a comment. This is the second or third year that we've been down this road of trying to make amendments around our sports fishing stuff. And I think a lot of the angst that we come into is the differences between the areas on how they manage and what they're allowed to do. And I really think it'd be beneficial if next year, if the sports group especially could maybe have a side meeting someplace where they sit down and exchange how their fisheries actually work and what these numbers mean, because on our end, we're looking at it and we get it. And I understand, I'll be honest, I don't understand all the rules around how your sports fisheries work, but I think that's a big part of why we're at an impasse on stuff like this. And we're time to get these guys together so they can hash it out and understand what we're all talking about.
Thanks, but I think that's a great suggestion. Okay, so since the amendment passed on the US side, we're going to want to vote on the amended main motion. So now if there's questions on the main motion part of this that you still want answered, that would be appropriate. Go ahead, Brian.
I guess I would thank you. I would go back to my previous question and just wonder if it is captured in this. I am concerned about this motion amended or not, if it opens the door to a 3 fish daily bag limit of 3 fish of any size in certain tax, especially seeing that we have fundamental disagreements on the origins of those tax and the legitimacy of them. So I have serious concerns about this motion, and I can't support it without better understanding the limitations and if there's going to be any guardrails on it.
Jerry?
I guess that the main motion having been amended by a majority on the U.S. side, I accept that. I'm not arguing about the numbers, but clearly this puts Canada in the position where we now need to vote against the main motion, because since we don't accept the amendment, we're clearly not going to be able to accept it as it is now amended. And so I simply want to serve notice to the chair that whatever the outcome of this motion, assuming it passes, given the numbers in the room.
So maybe, sorry to interrupt for just a minute. I think what we had decided at the break was that since the amendment didn't pass on the Canada side, you guys will vote on an unamended motion. Our side will vote on amended motion, and we're going to provide that information to both sides, because you never want to have a majority rule on a vote, right? We've always kept votes US side, Canada side.
I must confess, I hadn't understood that. I'm not arguing against it. I mean, I'm not sure though how, I mean, we will now, you're saying that now a vote will be taken on the amended motion. And then in that circumstance, Canada will, I think, be voting against the amended motion, which presumably, given the numbers in the room and how the previous one went, will pass. Then Canada then, I think, has no alternative but to put another motion on the floor, since otherwise our view, and indeed what might be our amended view of the world, given that there were some efforts to find common ground.
So Jerry, we could do it that way, but that's not what I'm proposing. And based on our past practices, even what we did with TCY, I would say we have now an amended main motion that passed on the US side. We will see if the amended main motion, the amendment passed on the US side. We will see if the amended main motion will pass. The amendment failed on Canada's side. We will then see if the unamended main motion passes or fails on Canada's side. And then we will reflect both positions to the commissioners. Canada wanted your original motion, if that's what passes, and the US was willing to support an amended original motion if that's what passes. Because we have an agreement about not having a majority rule when it's between countries. That's what's in our terms of reference.
Yeah, I'm not challenging that.
I didn't think you would.
No, but I guess I'm seeking clarification that Canada, as we conclude what will be the next vote, that if Canada wishes, it has the opportunity to amend its motion, which it hasn't yet had an opportunity to do because the right to amend was taken by someone else, and that procedure has gone forward.
I think you still have an opportunity for someone to amend on your side if there's interest in doing that.
Yeah.
Chuck can't, someone else can. But maybe we could get back to you answering the question from Brian about 3 fish of any size or 3 fish being limited to certain size if it ever goes to a 3rd fish. Because I think that makes a difference to how the US side will vote on the amended main motion.
Well, I think I can help with that, although I'm not the expert, but let me read what the current rule says, because I think it is an attempt to answer this question. The daily, effective August 20th in this last year, till December 31st, 2022, the limit is 1 halibut measuring 90 to 133 centimeters in length, and then it gives the head off number, or 3 halibut each measuring under 90 centimeters in length, then it gives the head off measurement, repeats that the annual total limit is 10, and that goes on to say that no person shall retain a halibut greater than 133 centimeters in length. And I understand the point I think that was being made, and I don't, I get that the proposal that Canada has put forward in the Commission document does not contain the size references. And the reason I think is quite deliberate, and that is that you have to keep changing those. We have already changed the large and small ones in an effort to stay inside our TAC. So we've made the total that you can keep. We've already done it by eliminating the big fish. And then we've done it by changing the number between the bottom end and then down to the small fish. And so I think it would be impossible for us to try and amend the Canadian proposed motion by putting in a number like that. But I should add that I cannot conceive of a circumstance in which Canada would try to move toward allowing our anglers to take 3 large fish, because if we did that, we'd all be closed down in the middle of June because we'd be over the TAC. I mean, we're managing to stay inside the TAC. But anyway, that's where we are, and that's the answer to the question.
Okay, great. So it's regulations that exist internal to the country that limit the size of fish, and that's not changed by this motion. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, again, thank you for the motion. I do appreciate the intent. I think that it's it's a tenet of fisheries management that every fleet be given the tools to achieve its total allowable catch. That's something that is very important here. I just struggle with seeing a motion that does not have what I would call guardrails on it, and while it might not be conceivable, it is possible. We saw this year an option on the table that we would have a 51 million pound TCEY. That's large, and when there's a potential for 2B to have 18% of that, we're going to see things have the potential to change. And I think that it's important we put guardrails on this if we're moving forward. It's just doing our due diligence.
Just like to suggest that it's not going to happen in 2 years. And so you sort of have that guardrail there with the sunset clause, as I understand the amendment, but I don't know if that's any comfort.
The sunset clause right now, as I understand, is only for the amended motion, which the U.S. voted on. So there is no sunset clause on what you will vote for. There are also no guardrails.
Chuck?
Yeah, thanks. I guess one quick point. It wouldn't be the recreational fishery that's making a decision to go to 3 fish. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Ottawa as well are there's oversight there, and it's their data, and it's only when they deem that we could ever make a move like that. So they control regardless. Just understand that. Thank you.
So
Okay.
where are we?
We have an amendment that's passed on the U.S. side to the main motion. We don't know yet if the main motion is going to pass. We've got to take a vote on that. On the Canadian side, the amendment didn't pass. And so by past practices, we would have 2 different votes. One is the U.S. side on the amended main motion. The other would be on the unamended motion on Canada's side. And if you want to do it differently, I just
want to make sure it's clear that the reason why you're just voting the U.S. side on the amended one because Canada already rejected it. So there isn't any reason to vote on something you already rejected, unless Canada wants to vote on the amended main motion, the amended motion or amended main motion.
I just don't want to waste people's time voting on it if we know the outcome. So is there, did you get a response? All right, let's do this. We're going to vote on the amended main motion on the U.S. side. You can figure out what you guys want to do. Okay, so this is a vote on the amended main motion. So amended as Forrest's proposed. And I'm just going to try this. Raise your hand if you support the amended main motion.
Linda, can I get a clarification before people vote on this?
Sure.
I'm so sorry. I'm so confused right now.
I probably am too. Imagine that.
So I asked a question earlier. Is this rationale for the proposal that's in the paperwork prior to this conference board? Because my amendment, as long as my amendment is, if my amendment is on this motion that's up in front of us and doesn't extend to the original proposal, then, or if it's the same thing, if it's one and the same, that's good too. But I just want to make sure that if I vote in favor of this right now, I'm only in support of a 3 fish bag limit increase with a particular start date, and that if it doesn't pass, that I'm not in support of the proposal as was included in the original paperwork,
My understanding is that this motion that was offered by Chuck carries that proposal B2.
and just adds rationale, but it's essentially saying the exact same thing.
It's the same, addressing the same issue, using this wording, and you've amended it to make it a 2-year sunset and that not going to 3 fish before August 15th.
Thank you.
Is that consistent with I guess the question is, if we take action on this, are we then also going to have to take action on B2 in your guys' mind?
Yeah, I guess I was about to seek guidance. We've moved an amendment to the main motion has been carried. Is it not now open to me to move an amendment to the motion as amended?
Okay. You can have 2 amendments on the floor at any one time. If you have an amendment that you think might change Canada's position on this whole motion, we could entertain that.
Yes.
So
if it's just going to prolong the pain, I would say don't.
Thank you.
So Just a minute.
I'm not, I mean, I think this will all be very helpful to the commissioners, I guess, because it'll all be reported and it's a complex issue. But I would move, or I propose to amend the motion, which is now the amended motion, but to say that to make provision for a August 1st implementation of the proposed 3-fish limit, and with a provision for a review in 5 years.
I think we've already heard that that's not going to be acceptable on the US side, so we're just going to vote it down again.
Right. Well, what
I mean, that's what I think that was addressed by the US sport people already.
No, but Madam Chair, with respect, when one party declines to entertain a change, okay, they propose a motion that is hostile to the original motion, but it's a legitimate motion, okay, and it passes. But that doesn't mean that the movers of the original motion have to then forever live with the amendment, particularly in a situation where the numbers are uneven and binational. And so it seems to me that it's perfectly legitimate for me to now propose that the amended motion have different parameters in it. I understand that the basic parameters being a sunset and a August 15 implementation. I'm saying that no, we propose an amendment that the parameters be a 5-year review and a August 1st implementation. And I don't know whether the votes will change. I'm sure that my eloquent rhetoric will have persuaded a whole bunch of people we're right, but that may not be the case. And so let's find out what the votes are, and those
can I ask you a question?
Those will be reported to the commissioners.
Right. So Jerry, if this amendment, which is really a substitute motion to the previous amendment, but if we let that go, since you just said you didn't want substitute motions here, but if we let this amendment go and it passes, is Canada willing to let that be the motion that stands, that you then are voting on an amended motion? Or do you still want a special vote that's just a Canadian vote going back to the main motion? Because if that's the case, the latter is the case. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute stand down while you and I work this out. And Jim. Okay, let's figure out what we're doing. So.
It's unfortunate because to take a screenshot and something that someone changes, if somebody else puts it up. What was the we have the 0, 1, 2, so we know 0, 1 is going to be.
So we don't have to. Okay, so
you don't really have to memorize this. You just kind of have
that's no,
that's fine. So if you get two back to back like that, it's because something changed after something. Well, you'd have to.
But somebody might have cleared it.
Clear there too. So honestly, what I would do is wait, keep it up until I mean, whatever. I'm just gonna say, but if somebody changes, I'm not clearing it right now. Right now, people put themselves. I would clear it.
So this
21,
one here.
21, 1, and 2.
So this one, that's good. But this one will be 0, and 2. One because one goes 90%.
I'm trying. Right, so when I'm posting this,
Let's just do it fast because this is a proposal is taking more time than catch limit. So Jerry.
Come on. Rebecca, I'm gonna throw the gavel at you. Jerry, I think I need you to withdraw your amendment.
Madam Chair, thank you for your sage advice and intervention in this. I therefore withdraw my my amendment to the amended motion at this time.
Okay, and I just want to clarify before the U.S. votes, this is carrying that proposal B2 with it. So we are not going to, on the U.S. side, go back to looking at the 3-fish limit again. This carries B2 using this rationale. Okay, and with Forrest's amendment. Uh-oh, go ahead, Per.
Well, I just have one question. The difference between the two I'm seeing is, and if I just want to make sure I got it right, is that Forrest's proposal has a 2-year sunset date, and the Canadian proposal is a 5-year review date with no sunset. Is that correct? Other than that, aren't they basically the same? And there's a start date, yeah.
Yes,
Is
the
that-
start date and the review date are the two things. So they've withdrawn that amendment. That's what they're going to end up voting on for Canada's side. But the US side was not willing to go to the 5-year review and an August 1st date. So we have an August 15th and a 2-year sunset. So that's what's before you. But yes, they're pretty close, just not quite close enough. Okay, so all in favor of, and we're doing US side only, all in favor of the amended main motion on this 3-fish limit. Do you want me to state it again? Okay. This allows a 3-fish limit in the 2B recreational fishery for 2 years, only if implemented after or anytime after August 15th. Okay, so yes, with the 2-year sunset date, right? Okay, so all in favor of that amended motion, hands up. And online, do your thumbs up. Okay, and all opposed? One opposed. Okay, and any abstentions? 1, 2, 3 abstentions? Okay.
I think there were 2 opposed.
So that amended motion passes. That will be the U.S. recommendation, U.S. Conference Board recommendation to the commissioners. And now I'm going to let Jim handle the Canada's action on this. They voted down the amendment. They now have the main motion back in front of them that was originally made by Chuck, carries B2, and I'll let you take it from there.
Okay. So do you wish to amend the motion now? Or Jerry or somebody? Or do you just want to vote straight on the motion?
Do we not get an opportunity to vote on the amendment? On the, I mean, they called the vote on the U.S. side, but you didn't call vote on our side.
So the amendment went forward. Canada voted unanimously against it, right? Of the amendment. So the amended motion was then voted on the U.S. side. It's not going to vote on yours. We could do this, but we can say this is the proposal from the U.S. side on this. Canada puts this forward, and you can go back and forth. But I don't know if I think that kind of muddies the water myself.
Okay. Well, if I think I understand. I mean, I obviously wish to have on record in the record what is Canada's current position with respect to this issue. And I say that it won't be no surprise to anybody that it has changed since the original motion was proposed. And so in that context.
So do you want us to call for the question on Canada's side on the amended main motion? Would you like a vote on that?
I think it is.
I thought we'd already done that, but okay. Is there any support from Canada for the amended main motion? No. Okay, that's now on record.
Okay, so that being the case, I wish to propose an amendment, I'm not sure whether it's an amendment to the amended motion or to the original motion. You can decide what that means, but it is in its effort to find ground which we hope would allay suspicions about the potential impact of this on other areas. Valid suspicions. I understand that. I don't undervalue anybody's view of what their interests are. After all, we're here to argue our interests, and I accept that there isn't support for the original proposal, which had no, the parameters were not as clear. And so I am proposing that that whichever motion we're on now is amended to provide for a commencement date of the 3-fish limit on August 1st, with the provision for a review after 5 years.
So the motion that's on the table is Chuck's original motion. So that's what you're putting the amendment for.
It's a change to Chuck's original motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for that? Pat? Do we need any discussion on this?
I'm sure everybody's tired of me talking, so.
Can we do it with a show of hands in Canada, or so who doesn't support this in Canada? One?
And you're doing it on the amendment right now.
Yeah, it's amendment. So we have one no, we have one. Any abstentions? We got one Terry here, down to 2. So that's 3. That's 21. We got 24 total, but we already got 3 that have. 24 minus 3 is 21, Chuck.
That proposal, right?
What do we do with the one from the agency?
We just took care of it. It moved with this one. As part B2 was part of this action.
Okay.
All right. So B3, another easy one, onboard consumption.
But modest point of order, Madam Chair. I mean, I accept that there are 2 parties in this room, and I'm hopeful that the wisdom of the Canadian side may have changed some views around the room, and I would think that it would be entirely appropriate to, I don't know how you can ask us to vote on this version of the motion and not call for a vote on both sides.
So you want us to see how the U.S. would vote on your version of the amended main motion?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone on the U.S. side that would like to vote in favor of Canada's amended main motion? No. Okay, and you got online? Thumbs up online. Okay, is that good enough? Thank you. Okay, so now I think we're ready to move to B3.
Thank you. If we can bring, proposal B3, appendix. Great. So this proposal comes from NOAA Fisheries, and it proposes to allow additional flexibility to existing recreational or sport Pacific halibut fishing regulations in Alaska regulatory areas, and allow limited consumption of recreationally caught Pacific halibut on board of charter vessel and pleasure craft, while retaining existing regulations that provide effective enforcement of daily bag limits and possession limits. This proposal is limited to, as you can see here on the screen, to consumption of either one dorsal piece or one ventral piece from one Pacific halibut on board, and that would be vote on this limited consumption within, as proposed here in the red text.
Okay, so this issue has come up for at least as long as I've been coming to IPHC meetings, and we've never been before had NOAA, OLE say, here's a way. They've always opposed this. And I understand there was quite a bit of work done between NOAA, IPHC, and OLE to come up with this limited way in which they're willing to go forward with allowing consumption on board. So that's what this proposal is all about, and it does reflect a fair bit of work by the regulatory bodies. So all that said, is there a motion on this one to adopt or not adopt? Brian.
Thank you. I would make a motion that the conference board recommends the commission adopt proposal B3.
Is there a second? Thank you, Garrett. Any discussion? You want to speak to it, Brian?
I'll speak to it briefly. Yeah, so I think that this just supports the work by NOAA and the recommendation from them. It's clearly the time to take a vote on it and consider it, and to consider the collaboration between NOAA and NIMS and the IPHC. So that's all.
Anybody else want to speak to this?
Chuck?
Yes, thank you. I have no, I'll probably abstain on this particular motion myself, but I do have a question, and it may be easily answered, but since this may also include transiting through Canada, has Canadian enforcement, CNP, been advised, and do they have any particular opinion on this? That's just my only concern. Thank you.
So I would assume that when you're, yeah, right. So I think this would only apply in Alaska waters. So when you were in 2B, you wouldn't be allowed to eat any of your fish.
Yeah, it's the transiting vessels. In fact, last year and at the interim meeting was actually one stakeholder especially suggested that they go back and forth between Alaska and Seattle through Canada several times in a year and like to eat their fish. And enforcement may have an issue if there's a partially eaten fish in Canada, which is not allowed.
That's right. Well, they would not be allowed because in the Canada waters, Canada rules apply, and in U.S. waters, U.S. rules apply. So I think if you wanted to suggest that you also be able to eat fish on a recreational boat in Canadian waters, you'd have to amend this or come forward with another proposal. I think I wouldn't suggest amending it because nobody seems to like amendments around here, and because I think we would want to have Canadian people involved in figuring out whether they thought it was enforceable or created a problem in their zone.
Well, I'm not going to use it as an amendment or anything like that because I'm out of. It's a U.S. issue, except if enforcement in Canada may have an issue that the people need to be aware of. So if it's mentioned in the note in the minutes that this is maybe an issue down the line, and it may not, that's something maybe Alaska should be looking at as well. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think we're good for voting. Yeah, we'll put it in the minutes. Raise it with the commissioners. Okay, let's try this. Is there any objection to this?
Linda?
Kathy, sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
I'm hoping I can make a friendly amendment that will make things a little smoother here later on. And that would be that in adopting this proposal, we take no action on proposal C1 and C3, which are dealing with a similar subject. And then we can deal with all three at the same time.
So that would be up to the maker of this motion if they're willing to accept that as a friendly, that if we adopt this, we take no action on C1 and C3.
I would not accept those. I think that those are separate motions which are best voted on independent of this. But I thank you for the intent.
Yeah, and Kathy, I think we have someone in the room that would like to speak to one of those, so not friendly, sorry. The later it gets, the less friendly everybody is, so we better hurry up. Okay, any objection to this proposal as proposed by the NOAA managing bodies? What are we on? B3. B3. C3? I'm on the right place. Yeah, B3. Okay, let's see. Any objections? So I'm seeing no objection. Any abstentions? You got the online vote too? If you're online, go thumbs up, thumbs down, or hands up for an abstention. Okay, we'll straighten out the online. Okay. All right.
So on the Canadian side, any support for this? Abstentions? Okay, just we'll start that again. So Canadian side supporting the motion. Not supporting the motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Okay. No, keep them up because you keep. No, they're not abstaining. We're doing not supporting. Terry, is your hand up? Okay, keep it up. Do you? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Okay, abstentions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What about online? Mike Fowler. I didn't see his abstentions. Okay, so that's 11.
10 and 11. And no one.
One support.
One support. Okay. I guess that
Yep.
just reported out.
Yep, just reported out.
Okay. That's clear as mud. All right. So is Creel have his hand up? Oh, shoot. Okay, sorry. I'm not always seeing people online that have their hands up. Okay, so I think it would make sense to go to C1 and C3 next, since they do deal with almost the same issue. So I will just look to, are you ready to, you want to just explain what the difference is between C1 and B3?
Thank you. Proposal C1 is going a little bit further than proposal B3 in terms of allowing onboard consumption in Alaska of the recreationally caught Pacific halibut. There are 3 variants of this proposal included in the document that is been published on the website and provides that proposal. However, I will note that we have here we have here a representative of Mr. Fields who provided this proposal, who would like to provide a couple of comments and provide more details if that's allowed.
I want to first see if there's a motion. We should have a motion on the floor before we have comments. So is there anybody who wants to make this motion to give Brian a chance to speak?
Brian came a long way to speak. I think it deals primarily with what we voted on. Are there, yeah.
To make a motion for the conference board to consider, and then we can give Brian a chance to speak.
That would be the appropriate way, wouldn't it? Okay, yeah. I make a motion to let the conference board consider Brian's comments and proposal.
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I'll be brief. We think it's great that that NOAA's made the proposal. Ours is a little more expansive. I would encourage members of the conference board to vote in favor of NOAA's proposal to move that forward. I would also like to see our proposal move forward to give the commissioners a few other options for consideration. That's basically what we did. We made our proposal so the commission would have a few more options to consider. And so that's all I would ask of the board. I think we need to move NOAA's proposal forward, but I'd like to see ours move forward just so it could be considered by the commission.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, comments? Okay, anybody want to make
a quick question?
Go ahead, Dan.
Even if the conference board takes no action on this, won't the commissioners address this proposal specifically when they go through the regs?
They will address this proposal. They would have a recommendation for or against it if we take action. If we don't take action, they won't have any comment from the conference board.
Okay, thanks. I mean, so I think this, what the person was talking about was requesting is that this will be before the commissioners, whether we give it a favorable or a negative or no response at all.
Okay, does anybody want to make a motion for the conference board to recommend for or against this proposal? Or do we want to, I mean, if nobody does, we're just taking no action. Is there a recommendation or a motion for or against?
Yeah, this is a difficult one. I was involved in some of the conversations surrounding the infeasibility of some of the things being asked for. So we don't have any particular concerns with it. It was more a logistical law enforcement resistance, I believe. And so I don't know where that leaves us. Should we, no action, a motion for no action?
That's fine. My understanding is that NOAA's not, they haven't come to the same agreement on this one that they did with B3. So if you want to take no action, we'll just convey that to the commissioners.
I think that's, I'll make a motion for no action at this time.
Okay. Anybody? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, there's already a motion on the floor to consider. So if the maker of the motion would like to withdraw the original motion and then make another motion, that would be appropriate.
Well, I think his motion now, or he brought it in front of us to consider. It's now to take no further action. So it was considered. We will have that in our noted that we consider it and we did not take action. And I think C3 is pretty similar, right?
Yes, thank you. When it comes to proposal C3, this proposal is on a very similar topic. It's also about onboard consumption, but it's somewhat more restrictive in terms of its applicability because as proposed, it applies only to IPHC Regulatory Area 2C and only to unguided recreational fishing.
Anybody interested in making a motion on this one?
Jerry, you have a question, comment?
Well, I guess, do I understand we've jumped ahead one motion now? Because I was trying to attract your attention with respect to the previous one. I want to be sure I understand what we are reporting with respect to the motion from the McCaw, with respect to 2A.
No, we're just dealing with these consumption ones as a group right now. Then we'll go back in the order.
So I don't understand. I don't know.
Okay, so there was a regulatory proposal from the agencies, for the consumption one from NOAA, right? But there's also two other ones from stakeholders.
Yeah.
So IPHC, that's just do them all together as one or the other, and then start back up where the next one would be the 2A one or wherever we're on the list. To deal with all the consumption ones at once, so that we're not jumping back. We haven't missed anything.
So we took action to recommend B3. Then we went to C1 and C3 because they deal with almost the same issue. We considered C1, but decided to take no action. There's been no action taken, no motions made on C3. So now we will go back, since we've finished the consumption ones, I think we're ready to go back to B4. Is that where you were focused? That's the logbook one for 2A.
Oh, why? Well, okay, I apologize for being confused here, but the one that the mortality and fishing limits TCEY floor motion, I didn't understand what happened with respect to that, or whether it's coming back for discussion or has it been disposed of?
That's C1. Is that the one you're speaking to? Oh, C2. We have not done that one yet. We did C1 and C3 because those had to do with consumption.
Oh, I see. So okay.
We'll go back up now to B4. After we do B4, we'll go to C2.
Okay.
Sorry if that was confusing. That was at the request of the Secretariat to handle them that way. We thought it would be less confusing, maybe not. Okay, so I think we're done with the consumption proposals. Hopefully nobody was hungry. And we're going on now to B4, and I'll let you speak to that.
Thank you. If you could bring a proposal B4 onto the screen. Proposal B4 provides an update to the IPHC regulatory language and provides an update on the qualifying logbooks in the IPHC regulatory area 2A. NOAA Fisheries proposes that the Pacific Coast Groundfish non-trawl logbook can be used to report Pacific halibut catch in this IPHC area. This revision would benefit certain vessel operators who will not have to produce duplicative logs. As a part of the discussion at the Commission, introducing this new logbook will also imply that IPHC will be conducting discussions with NOAA Fisheries on data sharing arrangements so that we can retrieve the data that is submitted through this new type of logbook directly from NOAA Fisheries. But it is really a housekeeping change that introduces one new type of logbook that would be available to Pacific halibut fishermen in 2A.
Okay, is there anybody from 2A that wants to speak to that? Go ahead, Per.
Just that we're in support of it because it makes it so you don't have to fill out 2 logbooks to do the same thing.
Excellent. Would you want to make a motion for the conference board to support this?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to support it.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, and can we get a second on that?
I'll second it.
Who was that?
Tom Working.
Did you get the person? I still missed it. Oh, Tom, online. Fine, Marky, sorry, it's hard for, okay. All right, so for B4, we have a recommendation, a motion that the conference board support proposal B4 allowing this non-trawl logbook to be used by halibut fishermen in Area 2A. Any objection to that motion? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes. I was doing 10 in the US, that's fine. All right, so now we are to C2. So why don't you take that one?
Thank you. So proposal C2 came from the Makah tribe, and it proposes a constant TCY floor in IPHC regulatory area 2A of 1.65 million pounds. Thank you.
Okay.
So just for clarification, so this would be into regulation at constant floor, or is it just annual things that we take up at each meeting?
So my understanding is, as proposed, it would put it in regulation, which I think is somewhat in conflict with the IPHC existing rule at B20 that we would stop all fishing. So, okay. Looking for anybody who wants to make a motion or speak to this.
I'll make a motion that we consider proposal C2.
Okay, so your motion is to consider.
Yes.
You're not, okay. So we'd still be looking for if there's anybody who wants to speak to this proposal, and then we'll be looking for, oh, we have someone. Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, conference board members, it's been a while since I've been in front of you all. It's good to see so many friendly faces once again. But my name is Russell Savek, and I'm the fisheries director for the Makah tribe. With regards to our 2A proposal, it's very similar to what it was in 2019, but just to give you a really brief background, Area 2A has 13 treaty tribes. They have a treaty with the federal government, along with 3 states, both Washington, Oregon, and California. For the Makah tribe, in our treaty under Article 4, it states the right of taking fish and whaling or sealing at all usual and custom grounds and stations is further secured to the said Indians in common with the citizens of the United States. And the in common language needed to be more clarified as years went on between both Washington and the treaty tribes. And that's when we end up filing a lawsuit against the state of Washington. It's known as U.S. versus Washington, also known as the Bolt decision of 1974. And in that, he needed to rule on, well, what does in common mean? And he ruled that 50% of the resource, he ruled that the tribes had a right to 50% of the resource that dwells in or migrates through their usual and custom area. In addition to that, he ruled that the non-treaty had a privilege to fish up to 50%. And so that's kind of the background of what we use when we participate in these kind of processes. The other language in the Bolt decision, it talks to conservation. And so there's the conservation necessity principle or standard. And of course, conservation is limited to those conservation measures that are necessary and reasonable for the perpetuation of fish stock or fish species. And so that's the background that we come to this process in. And so with regards to the proposal, very similar to 2019, we looked at a number and we worked this all out with IPHC, the executive director, and the secretariat. We came up with a number that was equal to or less than when they used to do coast-wide assessments, in addition to trawl bycatch being around between 500 to 700,000 pounds in Area 2A. So the number that we came up with was the 1.65, because back then it used to be between 1.5 and 2 million. And 1.65, we recognized that that was a number that not only meant the treaty rights of 13 halibut tribes, but it also meant the needs of the 3 states, both Washington, Oregon, and California. We also recognized that it didn't cause any conservation, realizing that these are fish that are migrating from the north to the south to the most southern edge of their migration. And we recognize that, a lot of the fish are very few of the fish that migrate into Area 2A migrate back into Area 2B or 2C. Looking at this number 1.65, it's around 4% of the coast-wide TCEY. It's around 10 or 11% of Region 2. It's 0.8% of the spawning biomass. It's a relatively small number, but once again, it supports 13 halibut tribes and 3 states. I'm thinking there's other points to be made on that, but we elected not to be participants of the conference board, and we we did file it as a regulatory proposal, but at this time we are looking at other ways to present our proposal and get it through this process, primarily through National Marine Fisheries Service, who is a trustee of this resource for the Makah tribe and the other treaty tribes. So, thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Let's see if there's any questions. Go ahead, Forrest.
Thanks for that explanation. Very interesting history. Can't ask a question to someone who's got can't listen first, so I'm pausing. No, yeah, thank you for that history. Learned some things. Is there, as you consider that as a target, do you look at it as a floor? Do you look at it as an allocation that you're comfortable with, moving forward so that you can settle in on something? And what are your thoughts about conservation level yields and how to respond to that?
Yeah, I know we have it written in there as a floor, but and when we put that in there, it's always been our understanding that we would respond to the condition of the resource, whether the resource is improving or whether the resource is declining, we would respond to that. And so we're thinking that rather it being a floor, being a base, and we would determine what the allocation for Area 2A is based on what we see in our commercial weight per unit effort and the set line survey that IPHC does in Area 2A. And then again, Area 2A is extremely unique in terms of the seafloor. Physically, it's different than those areas to the north of us. So we are going to be working with IPHC and trying to develop a set line survey that fits the uniqueness of that area. But, I just want to remind everybody that, we are conservationists. We respond to the resource. I mean, this resource is what defines who we are as the Makah people. It's a part of our culture, our tradition, our jobs, my job as a director, I'm also a tribal member, and our chairman, our job is to protect the treaty rights of the Makah tribe, the way it was understood at the time of the signing of the treaty. And the way we do that is to protect the resource. That's how important that resource is to us. It's important to our heritage, our past, our present, and future. So, and if you look at how we've responded to other conditions with other species, we elected to back off on a lot of the species that were either being overfished or just declining for some environmental reason in our rivers. You even think about whaling. We decided to stop whaling because it was just, they were being overhunted. So we're very conservation-minded people. It's built into our culture. So.
Chris? Sorry, I just could get, if we could get a point of clarification. The proposal talks about that the 1.65 million pounds is it proposes that's a constant TCUI floor. And I thought heard you say when things go down, it would change. So I want to make sure I understand. When I read this, it's a floor at 1.65 million pounds, and then it says if the distribution, I'm not sure what, I don't know if you mean abundance would indicate a TCUI higher than 1.65, that number would be adopted. So I just want to make sure I understand, given the comment you made there versus what's in the proposal.
I'm sorry, I had a really hard time understanding the question.
I think the question, the way this proposal is written, it indicates the 1.65 is a floor. And when you were speaking to it, it sounded like maybe you wouldn't consider it a floor if there was a conservation issue. I think that particularly the regulation it would be in conflict with would be the B20 rule that the IPHC has in place, that if the spawning stock biomass goes below 20% of unfished, what it would be an unfished condition, we stop fishing. And so does this floor, do you see this as a floor sort of across as proposed, or do you see it differently than serving as a floor?
No, I believe, thanks for the question. I believe that, no, we would respond to that type of situation.
Does that answer your question, Chris, or did you have?
So basically, if it's below, if we're falling into the below the limit reference point, the floor would no longer apply. But it's a floor up to the limit reference point.
And is that your intent? So we have two reference points. There's one at B30 when we start to ramp down linearly the harvest rate in the fisheries. At B20, directed fishing stops. So is the intent of this proposal that the B30, B20 harvest policies would apply in 2A? But other than that, this floor would be in place?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. That's helpful to know, and we can capture that in the minutes. Okay, any other questions or anyone? Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, Jerry's next.
Oh, you're welcome to go ahead. I'm nothing pressing. Okay, thank you. And thank you for the motion as I understand it. These are usually sensitive issues, especially considering we are all stakeholders, and the people that you represent are stakeholders and more. There's also a huge cultural dependence that goes much farther than anything most of the people we represent can really conceptualize. Yeah, so I guess I'm wondering about those reference points and being conservation minded. It sounds like we would use B20 as a reference point, but I'm wondering if we could go a bit farther and work in something, because this seems pretty kind of black and white, and I'm wondering if we could fit in something for conservation in B30 potentially, or if that's something that commissioners would consider themselves, or that's something that we need to signal here at the conference board.
So Russell just answered that question, that B30 and B20 would both still apply or take precedence over the floor.
Oh,
that was his answer, if that still holds.
I thought it was specific to B20, but okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Just to clarify, in the proposal, I recognize that it says floor. And when we looked at that and considering the process, rather than it being a floor, we want to set it as a base, meaning a starting point, and then work our way from there.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the intent of that, and I think I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I would normally propose to abstain on issues that affect other areas directly like this. I'm troubled by this proposal, and I find it hard to support it, partly because of the way in which it's written. I understand its intent, and I'm not contradicting the arguments made in justification of it, but it does seem to me that there's from Canada's perspective, of course, it's a direct contradiction of the position which we took earlier today when we proposed, in fact, that because of the state of the stock and the status of it up and down the coast, that there should be a reduction coastwide, and that to which we were prepared to make a commensurate contribution. And this simply contradicts that approach to things, for better or for worse. But secondly, in the suggested regulatory language, and I understand that the term language can be used in different ways, but this seems somewhat imprecise and to me, because it says that would TCY no lower than 165 pounds in years when the distribution would indicate a TCYA higher than 165. And I have absolutely not the faintest idea what the word distribution means in this context. And given some of Canada's history with the allocation issues up and down the coast, obviously I'm prone to take the most suspicious view of that. In other words, it could be taken to mean that, yeah, if you apply the fist to the total ground area in front of each country, then you divide the fish up that way. We don't accept that approach. And so unless, I would think it's unwise to embed in documents of the Commission a term like distribution without some clearer evidence as to what it means and how it would be interpreted. Thank you.
Okay, I think we stopped using apportionment and started using distribution because of that. People thought that apportionment was loaded, but point taken. So right now, we don't have a motion on the floor to adopt or not adopt this, or recommend or not recommend this as a conference board. We just had a motion to consider it, gave Russell a chance to speak. So I would be looking for any action that the conference board would like to take.
Robert?
I just want to ask one question. The treaty is with Washington State. Is there any other treaties with Oregon or California, or is the government in any negotiations with the tribes down there? I know Canada has settled a few treaties with our First Nations here, and they're negotiating a lot of treaties with our First Nations. I'm just curious if there's any other considerations for Oregon or California that may be coming forward.
Yeah, my understanding in Washington State, there's 20 tribes that have treaties with the federal government. Also in Oregon, my understanding, there are some tribes that have a treaty with the federal government. But I couldn't tell you the details that are in those treaties that would allow them access to specific resources. That's beyond my understanding. Right.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering if maybe next year we could, is there a way to find out whether or not there is any implications for other treaties for Oregon and California? Is that possible?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, I'm just curious if maybe for next year we could find out what the treaty obligations are for Oregon and California, and if there is or isn't any obligations. Just curious about what the future could hold if there haven't been settled, or that they're in the legal system. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I just know how our process is working here in Canada, and treaties are being settled still. So
we got our expert here. We'll have Steve Joner answer that question.
I don't know about expert, but I can tell you there are 24 tribes in the Northwest, on the West Coast, with treaty fishing rights based on their treaties with the United States. And those are the 4 Northwest Washington tribes that include the Macaws and the 3 other tribes that fish on the ocean. And then there are 4 Columbia River tribes that include the Yakima, the Umatilla, the Nez Perce, and the Warm Springs. And then there are 2 tribes in California that have reservation-based fishing rights. They don't have treaties, but they have fishing rights based on their reservations and their agreement with the United States, and those are the 2 tribes on the Klamath River. So of those tribes, only 13 of them have treaty rights to fish for halibut. 4 of them on the ocean and 9 others on the inside waters of Puget Sound. So there are no other tribes with treaty fishing rights that would apply to halibut.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I think we have a hand up online. Tom, Markle, you?
Yeah, I guess I would like to add a friendly amendment if Tim would consider modifying his motion to adopt and not just consider this action.
So there isn't right, we don't have a motion. I think that wouldn't be a friendly amendment. You could make a motion that the conference board recommend this proposal or not recommend this proposal, but we need a motion.
I would so move that the conference board adopt this motion.
Conference board recommend adoption by the commissioners.
Correct.
Is that the motion? Okay. All right, is there a second? No second from conference board members.
I'm not seconding it. I just wanted to clarify something.
Yeah, let me just see if there's a second. Okay, I'm not seeing a second, but I'll give you a minute. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. As Russell mentioned, we made this proposal in 2019, and it went in as a regulatory proposal based on the recommendation of the Secretariat, and so we just continued that. And since then, there's been some question whether that's the best way to move this forward. So, because it has been presented as a regulatory proposal, we're continuing that this year. But we will be working with the United States government and the Secretariat over the coming year to amend that to another mechanism other than regulatory proposal. But we're not prepared to withdraw that at this point because we don't have an alternate for that. But just for your information, we will be amending that in some fashion for the coming year.
Thanks for that. And I think that was sort of our understanding from the U.S. section meeting, that there was maybe a better avenue to pursue this, and they were moving ahead. So I think that may be why people are not sure about taking up the regulatory proposal. Brian.
I would second, based on the understanding that the minutes capture some of the concerns that were noted in the original motion over a floor versus a base, and the different reference points being B30 and B20. I would second, but contingent that the minutes capture that.
Okay,
so
let me
I think
sure.
I second.
Okay, so that was Tom, Brian second. Okay, anybody want to speak to this motion?
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for the explanations and the background that have been given on this motion. However, I'm going to have to vote against the motion simply because the main reason Jerry alluded to it. It's not clear how it's written, but also opposed to having a fixed number rather than a percentage that is tied to abundance. I just don't think that's a good step from a conservation perspective. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Linda?
Go ahead, Kathy.
I'm going to reluctantly speak against this or not support this proposal. I understand the background. It's very difficult. There are the treaty rights involved, which are very sensitive. But I have difficulty putting in regulation something that guarantees a floor at one level and still lets them benefit in times of abundance. And it also seems like it's an issue that's much more, it's an issue that just needs to be punted to the commissioners, not to industry because of the treaty rights.
I think, sorry, just as, you know, as I had said from the section conversation that we had, the US section, there was, my understanding was that the commissioners thought it was better not handled as a regulatory proposal, and they were looking at other ways to address this. Who was? Russell. Russell, go ahead, Russell. This Russell?
Yeah,
that Russell, sorry.
We'll end up opposing this as it stands. I would prefer that we take no action on it. At any rate, that's my sort of feeling.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the floor now that's been seconded. I guess we'll try. Go ahead, Brian.
Given the conversation, I think I may not have quite understood some of the intent here. Can I withdraw my second?
Yes, in which case we would not take action on this proposal. And I think that's where a lot more people are comfortable.
Yeah, I will withdraw my second then.
That it's maybe above our pay grade on this one.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Well, I think that's the
Hello?
last. Sorry, was someone else trying to jump in? I think that's our last proposal, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And all that was left under this agenda item was to look at, you know, well, we had some comments, but unless anybody wanted to take those up, we're wrap this up on proposals. Thank you, everybody. We can take, how about we take a break? And then if people want to come back to talk about bycatch or other business, we would do so. Who has their hand up? Oh, Patty Phillips online before we break.
Yes, on the last agenda item.
Yes, go ahead.
My understanding from the proponent is that 1.65 million is a percentage of the TECY from a specific date, and that it fell within a range. And I was wondering if the proponent would consider, and one other member spoke of percentage earlier, a percentage, you know, based on the TECY rather than a set number. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Okay, I think we'll take a break and we'll come back in 15, yeah, 15 to finish up our agenda. All right, maybe we can get started again. I'm going to break. Okay, we are moving on in our agenda to the incidental catch or bycatch discussion. We had hoped to have someone in the room from NIMS, from US, Alaska, to give an update on what the progress the US has made on bycatch over the past year. He has to now be with the commissioners going through regulatory proposals, so he can't be here. I have an update I can provide if that's of interest to the Canadian side, or we'll just open the floor to see what people want to talk about under this agenda item. Jim, Chris thought you had something to say. Go ahead.
Will the person from NIMS eventually materialize, or is he pretty much gone for the rest of the day?
I think he's pretty tied up at the IPHC with regulatory proposals. If they finish that, he'll come over here. Okay, but no guarantees. Okay, well, why don't we move along with the discussion? One thing I'd like to talk about is in the second IPHC performance review, there was a recommendation number 9 about the commission recommended that the IPHC Secretariat, in consultation with the commission, develop minimum data collection standards for Pacific halibut by scientific observer programs. The intention would be for the commission to review and approve the minimum standards and recommend them for implementation by domestic agencies. On the Canada side, we think we should have, for both countries, in the different fisheries, minimum standards. And that way, and that's the way we can all be confident that we're meeting and providing the data necessary for sound resource management. So I guess I'd just like to open a bit of a discussion on that. Okay, so Chris has suggested that there be minimum standards set for, this is for observer coverage?
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it. I'm saying that the commission recommended this. It was recommendation 9 from the second performance review. And the point being is, I think we need to encourage the commission to follow through on that recommendation.
Okay, and so maybe you could clarify a little bit. You're talking about minimum standard of coverage in the directed fisheries and all fisheries, and are we talking about coefficients of variation that are acceptable, or levels of coverage, and then confidence intervals? Like what all are we talking about, and who's going to set those minimum standards? Well,
I think those, if you look at the recommendation, it's the Secretariat in consultation with the commission is going to develop those minimum data collection standards. And I think in that they develop those metrics that you're talking about, what sort of coefficient of variation, what's acceptable there, that type of thing, level of coverage. I think that's built into it.
Yeah, I don't think the point is for us to, develop this. This is for, basically communicating that this was an objective or something that was identified in the performance review to be done, and so far there doesn't look like there's been a lot done on that particular end. So it's just like, where is it at?
Yeah, and then I'd like to have a discussion on that, because I'd like a motion that the conference board recommend the commission advance recommendation 9 from the second IPHC performance review.
Is there a second to that? Lyle? Okay. All right. I think you've spoken to it. You want to speak to it more, or should we? Okay. Dan has a hand up. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, hi. I'm just kind of curious. Well, maybe we could get the Secretariat to give us a report on the memo they wrote in response to that request. Looking at it, it's AM 099-16. And it basically runs through and identifies, 5 key elements that could be part of a monitoring program. And as I look at it, I think what I know of the U.S. side, it certainly meets all 5 of those. And so I understand Chris is saying, well, where do we go from here? And I think the commission has outlined 5 points. We could ask NIMS to give us a report on, how the US one meets those 5 points versus how the Canadian one meets those 5 points, but really is over to the commissioners now to determine how they want to evaluate each country's program. But I mean, I look at, point 1 is a robust training and debriefing program. We certainly have that. Statistically sound methods for sampling catch. The US certainly has that. Subsampling designs, we have an annual peer review program on our partial coverage program. We have a Pacific halibut removals variance that's 5%, which is far below the 30% that's indicated as desirable. And I just recently saw some numbers that show that 99%, over 99% of the halibut and groundfish fisheries in the fish landed in the halibut and groundfish fisheries in Alaska is being monitored by either the full or the partial coverage observer program. So we certainly are approaching that 100% of removals monitoring goal. So I guess my question is, I don't think the conference board is qualified to evaluate either country's program, but I do note that the Secretariat has listed out 5 things, and I believe the commissioners can use that as they move forward.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, the commission, the Secretariat may have listed out 5 things, but I don't think they've set sort of these are the thresholds for each of those 5 things that you need to meet. And I just make the comment, if you look at IPHC 2023 AM 099-07, page 13 talks about the estimates of non-directed commercial discard mortality in IPHC Regulatory 3. They say it reflects different levels of observer coverage by gear and type of fishing trip. They talk about 2021 coverage rates. And then they conclude with, therefore, non-directed discard mortality estimates for IPHC Regulatory Area 3 have both a greater uncertainty and potential for bias than those from areas with higher coverage rates and or where there is no evidence of different behavior when observed. And I mean, we can go back to the 2022 document. We can go back to 2012 when there was a North Pacific Fisheries Management Council IPHC workshop on halibut bycatch estimation, and they talked about if you don't have 100% observer coverage, you have the observer effect, and when you have the observer effect, you can't account for the bias because you can't estimate the bias. So there's a whole bunch of things here. I think that, yes, maybe they've identified key areas, but I don't think that the minimum standards, the thresholds of what has to be met have been determined. And I'm not saying that the conference board should be trying to evaluate this or doing this. I'm saying it would be encouraging the commissioners to follow through on this recommendation, to fully follow through on this recommendation.
Okay, so the motion is for the commissioners to follow through on their recommendations and to identify what the metrics or standards would be under these 5 categories that were included in the report they provided on this topic.
Yeah, I'll be a little more specific than that. The advancing recommendation 9 from the second IPHC performance review, and that incorporates developing minimum data collection standards for Pacific halibut by scientific at-sea observer programs. We actually changed that from scientific at-sea observer programs to at-sea monitoring programs.
I guess, again, I'd just say that I think the tech memo identified the 5, and it's really up to the commissioners to decide what their next steps are. So, and to have NIMS respond whether they feel that the U.S. program meets those 5 thresholds that were outlined by the IPHC Secretariat. But I don't really feel the conference board is in a position. I mean, I'm happy to say that we recommend that the contracting parties continue discussions of monitoring programs based on those 5 bullet points. But I think that's the most recent information. I'm not really comfortable reaching back to a couple of years of whatever the first bullet was in your motion.
Okay, any other discussion on this? And so just to be clear, the memo you're referencing, Chris, is for this meeting? I wasn't quite getting the whole reference yet.
No, it's the, in the second performance review document, IPHC performance review, recommendation 9 is what I'm referencing. And then the other reference, the other one I referenced was AM 2023, IPHC 2023 AM 099-07, page 13.
Okay, and that performance review is from 2019, or that?
I'm trying to remember the exact year when performance review 2 came in.
Because I think when I was looking at that, there was a lot that was very outdated from what's currently in regulations for the observer program and at-sea monitoring in the U.S.
Well, and that's why I think it'd be a perfect thing to go through and develop those minimum standards and make sure metrics are being met.
What paper was that again?
Sorry?
Sorry, what paper was it in the second performance review?
The one, the quote about region 3? Sorry, which paper are you looking for?
The one you're referencing. So there's a number of papers from that 2019 performance review.
I'm referencing recommendation 9 from the second IPHC performance review.
Okay.
Any other? So looking for any other discussion on this topic. I mean, I would note that a lot has changed since that performance review occurred. There's been a lot of improvements in monitoring on the US side. I think it would have been helpful to have an update on what those improvements are. I'm happy to provide what I know of them. And I think there's sort of ongoing work on the US side to keep improving that monitoring program. But looking for any input from anybody else.
Right, and this is Dan again. I do think that the NIMS did address some of those concerns in the report, in their new NIMS report here on pages 30 to 33, where they provide more detail on Area 3 observer programs. You know, and that's basically the NOAA Fisheries National Report. So, I mean, I think there is definitely a dialogue going on at the commissioner level between the two parties, and I'm not sure what the role of the conference board is in evaluating that. You know, there are certainly being requests made for more clarity. They are being provided to each other. So I guess I'm more comfortable with something that would just simply say the, conference board read through the paper on minimum monitoring standards and encourages a continued dialogue between the contracting parties.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, well, it's encouraging to hear that there's been some progress on monitoring, but I just again note on page 13 of this year's fisheries data overview document, IPHC 2023 AM 099-07. It's quite clear in there. It concludes, therefore, non-directed discard mortality estimates for IPHC regulatory area 3 have both a greater uncertainty and potential for bias than those from areas with higher coverage rates and or where there is no evidence of different behavior when observed. So clearly the IPHC has still got some questions and some concerns around the data coming out of this. So that's why let's develop some minimum standards, make sure everyone's meeting those standards. The commission and the secretariat follow through on that recommendation and develop those minimum standards and make sure everyone's meeting those minimum standards. We also saw, looking at the the Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force process, there were sections in there talking about tendering exemptions and how that people are using that. That's being used by vessels to get around halibut bycatch issues. So, I mean, there's documents out there that seem to indicate there's some gaps. And all I'm saying is, let's continue this process that both parties agreed to develop those standards and then measure that the fisheries are meeting these standards.
So Chris, I think the IPHC doesn't have the authority to make sure the contracting parties are meeting any monitoring standards. I think if your motion is that we determine what those standards are and determine what fisheries are meeting them, or that the conference board is urging the commissioners to move through with that work, that might be within their authority, but not to have the contracting parties revise observer programs to meet IPHC is my understanding. Jeff, go ahead, and then I'll go back to Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think a report from NIMS would be really appropriate here, but again, this is a domestic issue, and those are the US's bycatch programs over there, and I think it's healthy to have a conversation about it, but I don't think it's appropriate for the conference board to necessarily weigh in on what those should be. I think that's a commissioner, something that the commissioner should do, and they should give us a little bit of direction so we would know how to help them out. But I don't have the history, Chris, or the background or the knowledge to know about the things that you're saying in there. I understand they're in the documents, but yet I'm unfamiliar. We haven't had a presentation on it, and I just wouldn't be comfortable voting on it at this point. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Go ahead, Chris, sorry.
Well, just in terms of the comment about whether the commission has the authority to deal with bycatch issues, it says quite clearly in the convention that was signed by the parties in 1980, it says, during both open and closed seasons, this is clause number delta D, during both open and closed seasons, permit, limit, regulate, or prohibit the incidental catch of Pacific halibut that may be taken, retained, possessed, or landed from each area or portion of an area by vessels fishing for other species of fish. So I think the commission does have authority to act on bycatch issues.
We wish they did often, and that's been tested and found to not be quite the case. But I think what you're talking about is monitoring programs and setting standards for monitoring programs and making sure the contracting parties are meeting monitoring standards. So I hadn't seen anything that gave the IPHC the authority to ensure parties were meeting monitoring standards.
Wouldn't that be permit, limit, regulate, or prohibit? I mean, that's pretty broad. I think you could say that monitoring comes under there, under incidental catch of Pacific halibut.
And I wasn't questioning the IPHC's authority. I just thought for those programs and those reports, obviously we don't know enough in here to give you a report on what those are, what the improvements that have been made so far, or even can't even answer the questions that may be being asked around the table. I think the commissioners could look at this and maybe give us a little bit of direction on where to go. But I think as far as making such a strong recommendation, again, I'm hesitant to do that.
Just to make sure everyone understands, what I'm reiterating here is a recommendation that the commission has made and just making sure that there's continued advancement of it. So it's the commission recommended that the IPHC Secretariat, in consultation with the commission, develop minimum data collection standards. I'm not asking that we develop them here. I'm not asking that we do the evaluation. I'm asking that we support the continued advancement of this development of minimum standards.
So does your motion still include the part of make sure everyone is meeting those standards?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is to set minimum data collection standards and to make sure the contracting parties are meeting.
That's not the motion. The motion is that advance recommendation 9 from the second IPHC performance review, which states the commission recommended that the IPHC Secretary, in consultation with the commission, develop minimum data collection standards for Pacific halibut by at-sea monitoring programs.
Okay, that's just a kind of outdated document, but we can reference it if that's the one you want. Maybe just send us that language you just read.
Will do.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. And let's see, do we want to do roll call vote? Might be the way to go on this one, I'm thinking. Okay, so.
Linda, just to be clear on why I'm going to oppose that motion, it's because I believe that that memo that I talked about, the list of 5 criteria, does that. It actually, did take a look at what all monitoring programs should have, and now it's up to how the U.S. and Canada want to evaluate their own programs against that list of monitoring standards that the Secretariat produced. So that's what I see, is that they are implementing that. They have developed 5 areas that should be considered as part of any monitoring program. And now it's up to each contracting party to evaluate their own programs in light of those 5 criteria. And I think if we had the NIMS person here, they could give you an overview of how the U.S. government is evaluating our programs against those standards.
Robert?
I'm just curious. Why we're having this argument about defining what a standard is. Like if it's the 40% coverage, that's what IPHC recommends, then each contracting party can review themselves against whether or not they meet that minimum standard. But we're not here to just debate what those standards are. We're here asking IPHC Secretariat and the commissioners to continue advancing their proposal that they made way back when. So I'm sorry it's been a long day, but it seems to be, I don't understand why we can't agree on at least defining what the standards are. Or not us, but getting the commission to do so. Thank you.
Roger, I think there's just a difference in opinion of what work has already been done, and whether we're recommending they do something that's already been done. But motion's on the floor. If there's no other comment, I think we're ready to vote on it. Did you have something, Per? No? Okay. All right, and I'm going to call the roll on the U.S. side. ACDC?
No.
Alaska Charter Association?
No.
Alpha?
No.
Whitefish Trawlers?
No.
Aleut Corps?
No.
Apicta? Gone. Area 4 Concerned Fishermen? On Bristol Bay Economic Development? CBSFA?
No.
Central Villages? Not here. CDFU?
No.
Deep Sea Fishermen? Are you a designated alternate? No. I think you
No.
are. Freezer Longline Coalition?
No.
Oh, did I get FVOA? I missed FVOA. FWA.
No.
Halibut Coalition.
No.
Homer Charter Association.
No.
Humboldt Area Saltwater Anglers.
No.
K-Bay Fishermen. Korea Online. Is he still with us? Yes, we lost him.
No. Can you hear me?
We got you. Thank you, Creel. KBOA,
No.
Cruise Off Fisheries. Is he gone? Okay. Next Generation. Fisher.
No.
Okay, got you. NPFA. We missing Malcolm? Okay. Uzinki, Cape Barnabas, also gone. Pacific Fishing, Patty Online.
I learned a lot from the discussion, but I vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. PBOA?
No.
Oops. Recreational Fishing Alliance, California? Not here. SPC, Carter Online?
No.
Okay, Sika Black Cod and Halibut Marketing. SIFA. It sounds like you don't have a microphone, but if you can do thumbs up or thumbs down, we can include you.
Thumbs down.
Okay, it's a no, thank you. Seago,
Nope.
St. Paul Fishing Company,
No.
and Yukon Delta. Gone. Okay, thanks. You go ahead.
So we got Annabelle Halibut Association. Yeah, he's not here. Where's Terry? He left?
I think he's left, Jim.
Okay. Atlegay Fishery Society.
Yes.
BC Groundfish Hook and Line Association.
Yes.
BC Halibut Longliners Association.
Yes.
BC Northern Trollers Association.
Yes.
BC Tuna Fishing Association.
Yes.
BC Wildlife Federation. Canadian Sablefish Association.
Yes.
Council Haida Nation.
Yes.
FAS Seafoods.
Yes.
Halibut Advisory Board.
Yes.
Northern Halibut Producers.
Yes.
The Channel Tribal Council. Yes. Pacific Coast Vessel Owners Guild.
Yes.
Pacific Halibut Management Association of BC.
Yes.
South Vancouver Island Anglers Coalition. No, he's left. Sports Fishing Advisory Board Maine.
Yes.
Sports Fishery Advisory Board North, Michael Fowler online.
Yes.
Sports Fishing Advisory Board South.
Yes.
Sports Fishing Institute.
Yes.
Stevenson Halibut Association.
Yes.
United Fishermen and Allied Workers Union. Russell's not here? Okay. Vancouver Island Longliner Association.
Yes.
And West Coast Fishing Guides Association.
Yes.
Okay, so the vote on the US side was, I had 1 yes, 22 noes, and 0 abstentions and 8 people not present.
So on Canada side, there's 21 yeses, no abstentions, no objections.
So would Canada like an update on progress on bycatch over the past year? Of interest, anybody? No?
I would, yeah.
Okay, I can do it in like 2 minutes, but, okay, so council's taken action to move the Pacific cod trawl fishery from partial coverage to full coverage. That's the abundance-based management of halibut bycatch in the Bering Sea. That action was approved by the council with some significant reductions. The comment period is open on the proposed rule. It's got extended to February 7th, but the final rule will be out later this year. There's a trawl electronic monitoring program. It's been added for Gulf pollock and Bering Sea pollock. There's also an EM program now in the rockfish fishery in the Gulf, looking at strategies for minimizing mortality on fish that are bycaught and then released. And the Pacific cod change in monitoring also included a 25% reduction in bycatch when they moved into a rationalized fishery and upped their coverage from partial to full. So that's the improvements in bycatch on the U.S. side. Go ahead, Chris.
For the Bering Sea, we heard from in the past meetings about the Amendment 80 fleet. And what you're talking about is, other fisheries in the Bering Sea on the abundance-based management in the Bering Sea, that's moving forward. But are there other fisheries that are moving to higher level of coverage? I didn't understand your comment on the Bering Sea.
Bering Sea fishes are mostly 100% covered, may all be 100% covered now. Some are 200% in the CDQ fisheries. The Gulf is where there are partial coverage fisheries and more of them moving to add electronic monitoring.
Okay, what's electronic monitoring? Is it video based? What can you tell us about those systems? How many cameras must be on the boat? Where must the cameras be placed?
That would be a Dan question on that kind of detail. Dan, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on. I mean, my answer would be that it depends on the fishery and the monitoring objective for that fishery. On hook and line boats, there are generally 3 cameras on them. Pop boats can have 2 or 3. Some of the trawl boats, it's more similar to the whiting program off the lower 48, where it's a compliance with a logbook reporting of what fish get bled out of the net or, or dumped for safety reasons. The Rockfish pilot program is actually looking at trying to do a bottom trawl with some deck sorting, I think, and species identification on a kind of a complex trawl fishery. So there's a lot of, there's a lot of very specific details based on the monitoring objectives for that fishery that, I'm happy to try and talk to you about on an offline channel, but I don't think I can get into it much more than that right now.
Okay, anything else people want to bring up on bycatch, this agenda item? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just curious, is there any monitoring on any of the directed halibut fisheries?
Yes, they're included in the partial coverage, and it's a mix of observer and electronic monitoring.
What is the percentage?
It's a 30% coverage with electronic monitoring. Observers will fluctuate depending on the year, but in the, Dan can correct me, I think we were in 18% coverage per number of amount of catch covered, but Dan, you probably have those statistics.
It does fluctuate. So the EM cameras have been 30%. The human observed boats have fluctuated between like 16 and 20%, depending on the year and the budget.
Lauren, you had a question?
Okay, thank you.
I was up in Anchorage the last time we met up there, and this 100% and 200% coverage talk was loosely used at that meeting. And I'm surprised to hear the chair, Madam Chair, say, well, 100% coverage. A set of eyes aboard a vessel doesn't necessarily mean 100%. Number one, if the vessel operates on a 24-hour basis and or the weather is bad, that 100% gets pretty downgraded. And to say and think that if, oh, well, I've got 2 observers aboard my boat, whether it's a big one, that you're going to get 200%. No, you're not going to get 200%. If you have a camera with those observers, you might get up there closer. But the fact is that if the observer doesn't see the deck sorting, or if the vessel has a hopper and just shoves everything down the below deck, I don't care if you've got 100 cameras, you're not going to get 100% coverage on that vessel. So I think it's best you get away from the thought that if you have one observer, you're going to have 100% while the observer's on deck. That's all I got to say.
No, I think that's a true statement for both countries. And when we talk about 100%, it's a person on the boat. And often the coverage depends on the person and what they're resilient to in terms of weather and how much coverage of catch. But I know at least in the Alaska program, they also try to get numbers of percent catch that actual has that kind of coverage, because it does affect confidence in the data.
Well, I know observers have a problem aboard some vessels. And that a problem arises from the skipper. And there's no one here in this room can guarantee that the skipper is going to be all for making sure that he does good coverage, because it doesn't happen. I know we got one skipper who got away with what he shouldn't have got away with, and then he gets promoted onto one of those big suckers that were brought over from Denmark, supposedly so we get our share of the hake off the coast here. And hell, they started negotiating, getting these boats in 2014. They were fishing by 2016. And we on the Halibut Advisory Board never heard about the bloody boats until 2018. And they tried experiments of cameras above deck and cameras below deck. And Jesus, it was so poor. You have to have people reading the cameras that you have, and that takes manpower. And guess what? Government doesn't have money to go spend on people sitting there and look at bloody videos. And so I'm telling you, if you're going to have boats going out for a day with an observer and then coming in and saying, oh, I've completed my trip 1 or 2 days. That's nonsense, because what the hell? That's just avoiding, and I know that happens with your smaller vessels. So I thought that this body could look at the value of some of these observer programs and the procedure they're going through. Well, we're supposedly trying to protect the halibut resource to the best degree that we can. And it sounds to me like, oh, we don't want you to criticize our observer program. Well, Jesus Christ, it's been around for, I don't know, I can recall many years now. It's getting to decades where we were talking about bycatch. And it's just recently we're starting to get observers aboard some of these boats up in Alaska. You know, last time I looked at a report of your fisheries report, and I was surprised at the number of draggers that you have that are wet boats, and the number of those big freezer draggers are. I mean, and then last year, when I recall, when they were going to force them to do something on the big boats, and I heard the comment of the captain saying, well, gee, if you're going to make us cut back on that fishery, the pollock fishery, I guess it was, gee, well, we're going to have to change ground, and we're going to catch more sockeye and dog salmon. Boy, I mean, we have to be, in this board, we have to be a lot more concerned than it seems that we are right now.
Thank you, Lauren. I mean, I would say that the concern is shared, and you got a room full of U.S. stakeholders who work hard through the North Pacific Council to make their voices heard, and we have made some headway on reducing bycatch, and we're not going to stop. So that work's ongoing. Okay, anything else that people want to bring forward on bycatch? All right, I think we're done with that agenda item. And all we have left that we have on our agenda is the election of co-chairs for the next biennium. What is a biennium? 2 years, right, the next 2 years. Megan.
I didn't have an action in mind, but you had the FIS survey on the agenda. I didn't.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday when Ray Webster came and presented, and or Dr. Webster, and we had a conversation about that. Was there something else that I'm missing?
Guess not. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Any nominations for co-chair? If not,
Linda?
David and I are going to start nominating randomly.
Linda?
Kathy, go ahead.
I nominate Linda Behnken for the U.S. co-chair.
Second.
I thought you were going to nominate yourself, Kathy.
No way.
Okay, any other nominations for the U.S. co-chair? Nobody interested in stepping up to take on a 2-year term? You guys are brilliant.
Linda?
Yes, Dan, you're going to nominate yourself?
No, I'm going to call for unanimous support for Linda Behnken as the co-chair.
Okay. Any objection? Jeez. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Linda, if we object, would you treat us differently? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, if you object, you're automatically appointed. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thanks. I'm not sure what the appropriate time is, but I'd like to make a motion for a U.S. Vice Chair, Brian Ritchie. I don't know if you do that now or after Canada does their co-chair.
There's no such animal.
I don't think we've ever had vice chairs, just co-chairs. So
The terms of reference do allow for
yeah,
vice chairs.
So we could add that if
I'll second that. I think Brian would be a great contribution. He's offered a lot to our delegation in a short period of time. We need young people participating and learning about this process, and I'd love to have Brian there to help you out, Linda, and learn the tricks and the tools of the trade there. So thank you.
okay, is there any objection to that motion on the U.S. side? Done. Brian, I guess I should make sure you're willing before I.
Yes. Thank you, and thank you for the nomination in the second. I'll do my best.
All right, thanks all. Okay, over to Canada.
So, anyone nominating someone for Canada?
Yeah, this is Chuck Ashcroft. I'll nominate Jim Lane for co-chair.
Second.
And chair and vice chair and any other position. Thank you.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Any objections to the nomination? Besides maybe me? Okay. I think we're done.
Yeah, I think that wraps up our agenda for the day. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for the vote of confidence, I guess, for Jim and me. So we will be working on writing up the report from the actions taken yesterday and today. If you have rationale of things that you said on the record, send them to us. We'll add them in. Don't send us all the things you wish you had said, because we're not going to add those in. And we will be meeting tomorrow morning, I understand, in this room. And do we want to say 8:30, 9?
Yeah, 8:30.
8:30 to go over the report. And we're supposed to present it at 1. So we're going to have to try and crank through it so we have a final report ready by 1 o'clock to present to the commissioners. Okay, so send us your rationale that you read out, so it makes it easier for us to get everything in there, and we'll see you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. I think just under other business here, just real quick, for the members of the U.S. delegation here. Just a quick pitch. The gentleman who is working on the pilot program for the electronic logbook this next year gave me some flyers. If you're interested at all in participating, it's a pretty good opportunity for us to improve our logbook process and simplify it for everyone going forward. So if anybody's interested in that, got a couple handouts.
Yeah, thanks so much for bringing that up. U.S. fixed gear fishermen are all qualified to test this electronic. It is a program where IPHC and NOAA are working together. So there is one logbook that's acceptable to all and easier than the current logbook program. So really encourage participation in that. I'm also FUA, Alpha, and MPFA are all part of trying to move this ahead. So you can talk to any one of us about signing up to be involved. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, see everybody tomorrow morning. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just a question. Appreciating the amount of work that the co-chairs
Good work, guys.
and others have to go through now in preparing a draft. Well, do you have any sense of a time at which it will be possible to have had a look at a draft so that we come with some form of preparation before the meeting starts? Or what is your, I mean, I'm happy to work with whatever you want to do, but I guess it would be helpful to know whether
I think, my intent would be to work on it now. We may need a break at some point before we wrap it up, but we'll try to get it out tonight. I know a lot of time in the past we haven't been able to get it out until the next morning. We'll do our best to get it out tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I only ask it in terms of be the most helpful we can, as opposed to trying to do last minute editing that just puts you in the middle of stuff. So if it is possible to see a draft at some point, I think that would be helpful. For some of us, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we'll get it out as fast as we can.
Thank you, Linda and Jim.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you to the online people.
And it did actually most of the time work surprisingly well.
Great. Yeah, no, it's not easy to do hybrid, and I think the Secretariat pulled off an amazing job.